Family, what's going on? It is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much for being with me today right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Alabama taking on Tennessee tonight. Can I get a roll tide inside the comment box? I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you so much. Let me know where you're watching from inside the comment box. This is the watch along. If you haven't been part of the watch along before, welcome to the you-know-what show, all right? Because we're about to turn it up. We're about to watch Alabama take on Tennessee, and we will recap the stats, the scores. I'll bring you the energy. We'll make live observations right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate y'all for being here inside the comment box. It's been a wonderful day for college football, and, man, I cannot wait to see what Alabama does to Tennessee. So, as I get going, as I warm up the show, Alabama and Tennessee probably kick off around like 6:30, 6:35. It's on ABC. Let's bring up some scores, but I have a question for you, all right? Now, definitely represent your city because you got to represent your hood, right? But let me ask you something. What is your last-minute score prediction? Go ahead and post it inside the comment box. Let's take a look at the national scoreboard today and go over a lot of these games that are taking place right now. We are on upset alert as Arizona State is beating the big, bad Texas Red Raiders 19-14, a game that still has a lot of time on it. 4 minutes and 34 seconds left to play. 3 or 4 minutes, ESPN? Let me know what's going on. Arizona State up by a score of 19-7. Yo, you know what? I'm not surprised if Arizona State wins that game. I told y'all. I was like, man, Texas Tech, look, I guess they're playing some good football. Coach Saban said that they've been playing some good football. But, man, these teams are not designed to play gauntlet-type schedules. And when they play consecutive good teams, they'd struggle. You know, Texas Tech missing their defensive tackle, they're like, oh, that'll, contribute to the, how you played in the game. Alabama played without its first defensive tackle for the first 3 games of the season. Alabama has guys constantly out, and it's about the depth, okay? So I'm not surprised. I don't know if the score is 19-14. It seems like we're kind of bugging out up here on the scoreboard, but we'll keep you posted. All right, UAB, how about this one? Yo, we got Alex Mortensen. He's a really good coach for UAB, taking over for Trent Dilfer. They are beating Memphis. So you have Memphis on an upset alert. Is that another? Did they just score as well? Is it 31-30? Are we watching news as it happens? We'll keep you posted to see if Alex Mortensen, who used to be here at Bama, really, really good football coach. At the halftime break, you have Texas A&M only up by a point on Arkansas. Yo, any given Saturday. Welcome to any given Saturday. That's an interesting score. And you know what? I'm sure you saw Georgia just beat Ole Miss. I'll talk about that here in just a minute. Man, you know what? This Bama football team, I'm telling you, they have to take care of business tonight. And when they do, and if they do, all right, you're looking at a team that probably be number 2 in the polls. Now, that's rat poison for me to talk about before the game, but I'll tell you what, this team has already shown you, all right, I'm about to tell you something. And if you're out there and you haven't understood, like, the difference of schedules, though, let me put it for you easily, all right? Indiana has played 3 top 25 teams, okay, in the regular season in 2 seasons. Bama is getting ready to play the 4th consecutive top 25 team tonight, okay? And if they do that, their schedule is the most challenging schedule that we have right now in college football, all right? So give it up to a team that is doing well. Now, they have to take care of business. I understand that. Coach Saban said going into this game, he expects a lot of points. Joey Aguilar averaging 317 yards per game, right? I don't know how many points there'll be. I have it, Alabama 35, Tennessee probably 21. You got Jan Miller playing. But before we talk Alabama and Tennessee, which will be kicking off in 7 minutes, you got Oregon fighting it out with Rutgers, 14-3. You got Washington State and Virginia. Virginia now top of the ACC after Miami crashed out last night, losing to Louisville, 7-7. You have Texas taking on Kentucky. That game just kicked off. And tonight, right here on ABC, you got Tennessee taking on Alabama and also USC at Notre Dame. Who wants to be our scorekeeper for USC Notre Dame? Raise your hand. You can update us during the game. Notre Dame favored in that game by, 10.5? Yeah, I'd probably take Notre Dame. South Florida, sneaky team trying to fight for one of those playoff spots. They're taking on Florida Atlantic. And then you have Missouri. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Auburn plays these guys really tight and possibly pulls up the upset tonight against Missouri. And then I guess people are calling this the Holy War. You got Utah taking on BYU. Up in Utah, BYU is currently undefeated on the season. And you have Cincinnati taking on Oklahoma State. Earlier today, you had the #1 ranked Ohio State Buckeyes marched into Madison, Wisconsin, and took care of Wisconsin by a score of 34-0. And I just saw Coach Saban up in the house at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Yeah, that's his home field. The reporters just tweeted out a picture. Coach Saban, this is how baller Coach Saban is. He was in Athens, right? So he flies in his private jet, drops him off. First class shuttle to Bryant-Denny Stadium, goes steps on the field. Yo, he's the biggest Alabama football fan that there is, period. Ohio State, 34, Wisconsin 0. All right, we saw Alabama and Wisconsin play earlier in the year, and Alabama beat up on the Badgers as well. Wisconsin got a late touchdown. That's why Coach Kalen, DeBoer, was so mad, because he knew that they shouldn't have allowed any touchdowns against Wisconsin. Ohio State, #1 team right now in the country. Indiana beats Michigan by a score of 38-13, okay? Indiana, they're on cruise control the rest of the way. You have a 38-13 final score. Fernando Mendoza, 24-28, 334 yards and 4 touchdowns against Michigan State, right? Trying for the Heisman Trophy, playing nobody. Why don't you come over here, dog? I like the kid, right? And I like to say Fernando Mendoza. But, man, that schedule is a different schedule than playing in the SEC, right? Am I wrong? What's up, fam? How you guys doing today? I'm sorry. I'm feeling good. I'm telling you. I'm rested. I had myself a little coffee. It was a vanilla latte. I'm feeling good, right? I rested really well. I watched a bunch of football, right? All right. You have Vanderbilt taking down LSU today. Was anybody surprised to see that? I was not, okay? Vanderbilt is a team that'll punch you in the mouth. Diego Pavia is a quarterback that can punch you in the mouth. We've seen this again and again and again, all right? So in this game, Garrett Nussmeier, he's 19 for 28, 225 yards passing, right? But it was Diego Pavia with 17 carries, 86 yards, and made some ridiculous plays today. Do you guys agree? You guys watch that game? Yo, Diego Pavia was an absolute menace in that game. And Vanderbilt takes down #10 LSU by a score of 31-24. Brian Kelly, you got 2 losses in the SEC, dog. 2 losses, man. Wow. So Vanderbilt still alive in the race for the SEC championship. And how about our friends? I don't know if they're our friends, but Brant Key is a good coach. I say friends because he used to coach here, all right? Everybody used to coach here. You coached at Bama, fine. Take yourself a program. You could take Georgia Tech. You could take Miami. You could take Ole Miss. You could take Georgia. You want me to name all the colleges that have Alabama football assistants under Coach Saban? It's like the entire league, right? So Georgia Tech, 27. Duke, 18. You know what's interesting about this game? Duke was the favorite. By who? Vegas? Wake up, dog. Yo, you knew Georgia Tech was going to beat you. All right, so Georgia Tech now 7-0. By the way, drop a thumbs up. You guys like this? I don't even have a script. I'm freestyling. I'm freestyling. I hit you up, hit you with the jumper, right? You want me to throw a tutty on you? Come on, man. Show some love inside the comment box, man. Who's excited about this game? Man, come on. You guys all right? Wake up. Georgia Tech now is 7-0 on the season, 4-0 in ACC play. All right, you got Oklahoma. All right, Oklahoma moves to 6-1, 2-1 in SEC play. John Mateer, 18-26, 150 yards with that tutty. As the Sooners defeated South Carolina. South Carolina moves to 1-4 in SEC play. All right, here we go. We got Louisville, the Louisville Sluggers. Throw it up. Right there, right? Louisville Sluggers take down Miami by a score of 24-21. Ooh-wee. Man, I know Bama hater was upset about that one. Man, you know what? Carson Beck was like the Carson Beck that he was at Georgia. What the hell happened, man? You know what? Last night, Miami quarterback Carson Beck really threw 5 interceptions. Right, Jarvis? Back me up on this. I see you inside the comment box, man. All right. One of them was a BS call on a roughing the passer. But anyways, it worked out to where he threw an interception anyways. By the way, breaking news inside the comment box. Team reporters are saying that Michael Carroll and Dejon Lee will get the starts tonight. Wow, that's huge for the Alabama Crimson Tide. I'll put that up on the slider right there. But getting back to this Miami game, I think we continue to see what we've always known in that, look, these teams have crash outs. And I think it's because they're having, like, drinking their own rat poison, right? They see rat poison out there. It's tasty. I promise you. You're at the top. It's tasty. You drink it. We're number 2, dog. We got the Heisman Trophy. No, you don't. And Alex 1738 says that UAB has just taken down Memphis. UAB has just taken down Memphis. Is that a final? 31-30. Congratulations to head football coach or intern Alex Mortensen. That guy is one hell of a football coach. Getting back to Miami, though. Look, this team was number 2 in the country. They had won 10 in a row. Louisville punched them in the mouth. And I think that the quarterback play, look, Carson Beck, a lot of people talking about him being a Heisman favorite. He had plus 300 odds, all this sort of rat poison, external factors. He ends up throwing, let's call it 5 interceptions against Louisville. So really, he has 8 interceptions in 6 games, which is absolutely crazy, right? So now he's like plus, 225 never to win the Heisman. So I say all this to say this. Look, number 1, Alabama hasn't clinched anything. Number 2, Tennessee could very well beat Alabama tonight. I'm sure that right now, before the kickoff, that Ty Simpson and Coach Kalen DeBoer have already spoken to this team about avoiding rat poison. And this team, since they already got punched in the mouth, they already know that they had that negative, and they've been able to turn things into positives going forward. This team is playing fantastic football. You have to take care of business tonight. This Tennessee football team can score points, right? Joey Aguilar, I would venture to say, is the best quarterback that Alabama has played probably since Diego Pavia, and they have much better wide receivers that you've seen. You know what I'm saying? So Alabama secondary has to rise up. As you just saw, freshman Dejon Lee will be starting at corner, and you also have Michael Carroll, who will be starting at right tackle, and I think Jaden Roberts will be starting at right guard. And look, if things go well, all right, here it is. All right, this is a mint Java, okay? If you're of age, all right? So, look, a lot on the line tonight in the 3rd weekend of October. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you so much. Remember, this video is sponsored by Sleeper. Definitely check them out. You can make your more or less picks at Sleeper. It's really fun to do. You can download the app, and in fact, you can get a $100 deposit match up to $100. Definitely check them out. Also check out TickPick. I'll run a promo later on about TickPick and what they provide. But if you use the promo code, if we can get the promo code, can we get someone to add the promo code inside the comment box, which is HMA to TickPick? All right, you get 20% off your entire purchase. All right, so and that's not even a paid sponsorship, and I hope they become a paid sponsorship, but I need your help. So somebody buy some tickets from TickPick. All right, tell them your boy sent you. HMA. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Rogers, what's up, dog? I appreciate you, man. He says good show. Man, thank you, dog. Get me up. I love the gas ups, I'm not gonna lie. But honestly, man, this is what I do, and this is where I feel comfortable. This is where I feel safe with you guys, man. And I know that you want to kick it. So turn on your TV. We'll put the scores on. We'll make observations. We'll do everything together. We'll go hand in hand, heart to heart, into this battle against Tennessee. Last keys to the game. Look, time of possession. I always talk about that. Probably sound like a broken record. But I'm telling you, the time of possession is the secret sauce to be able to win these types of games. Hunter, what's up, dog? I see you inside the comment box. Good to see you, man. I appreciate you. D-Rob says, so we're missing a lot of veteran starters. It's been interesting to see who's not starting and who is starting. I mean, the guys that is missing is Quay Russaw, right? But Yanzi Pierre has been able to step up, right? Gino Vandermark looks like they're going to go with Jaden Roberts tonight. I think Wilcom Formby, they're going to give Michael Carroll an opportunity tonight. And I'll tell you what, look, along with time of possession being a major contributing factor to who wins this game, so time of possession, right? That's number one. Guess what else? Your offensive line better protect Ty Simpson because this team, this Tennessee team, okay, even though they rank number 122 in the entire country, 122 in pass defense, I'm going to tell you something. It's some true facts, okay? They have 26 quarterback sacks on the season, which is, I think, in the top 5, okay? So, that is impressive. Man, look at those Tennessee fans. Those Tennessee fans literally are at the top of the stadium, at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Yo, so, I don't know, many workouts ago, I went up to Bryant-Denny. You know, I've been to Bryant-Denny Stadium many times. I used to watch the games from there in the press box. It's much better for me personally doing it here. But we ran up the stadiums to the very top. Has anybody ever been to the very top of Bryant-Denny Stadium? Yo, I'm serious. It'll give you vertigo. The seats are like this. You're like looking down at the game. It's crazy. And what was crazy is, remember when Alabama, they put Texas's band up there? Man, that was crazy. All right, so I got number 1, time of possession. I got number 2, you got to be able to protect Ty Simpson. That goes without saying. Another way that I think Alabama could really hurt Tennessee is if they're sending that much pressure. Let me ask you this inside the comment box. What is a way to stop quarterback pressure? It's like 3rd and 6. You know the blitz is coming. What you hitting them with? I'll tell you what. What's up, Dirtbot? Good to see you. I'm going to do some shout-outs in just a minute. So rep your city if you haven't repped your city. But I'll tell you what. How to stop pressure or how to catch teams off balance when they're sending a lot of pressure, is a screen to the running back. I tell you what, if you hit Kevin Riley on a little screen, yo, that cat will have a touchdown tonight, a receiving touchdown. So we'll see how it plays out. Let me see who's up inside the chat. I appreciate you guys. I got 119 up in the house as we got kickoff. You can bounce in, bounce out. I appreciate you. I'm here. I take limited breaks, if that. It's not hard for me. ABC, unfortunately, you are about to see the most commercials that you've ever seen in your life. Look, it is unbelievable. Have you guys seen this? The commercials. Oh my goodness. We will watch more commercials tonight than college football. It's crazy. I mean, that's just how it is. All right, so Jermaine King, what's up, man? Coastal South, good to see you up inside the comment box. My boy Marcus, man, I know I didn't get your call, man. We're going to fix that next time. Beer Cans and Baddies is a Georgia fan, so he probably been on the sauce a little bit today, celebrating his victory over Ole Miss. You got Bama fan, what's up, man? Appreciate you being here. My boy Vape Snake, good to see you. We got Herman, as always. We got Bruce coming to us, Bruce Watson. We got Chris from Montclair, New Jersey. We got North Alabama Storm Chase. We got Shelly up in the house. We got Eric Burrow. We got Dawson Kraus. What's up, man? Good to see you. We got Albert Moreland. Good to see you as well. We got Raymond up in the crib. Who else we got? We got Wayne. We got Young C, my boy Young C. We got Barry. We got Dre Lively. We got Sully. 462. We got Kerry Collins. We got Dirt Bike. We got Michael Hall. We got Mark Smith. Mark, what's up, dog? How you going? How you doing, man? I love when people are named Mark with a C. That's masculine. We got Ray coming to us from the 505. We got Albert Moreland. We got No Self Done. Good to see you, man. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. We got a great crew. We always do. I appreciate you. We got Tweet Johns up in the house. We got Still Smith. What's up, Still Smith? We got Miss Kimberly Harmon. And we got Jarvis, my boy Jarvis on the stats, man. That dude's like, if I need stats, I just go, Jarvis. We got Anna coming to us as well. What's up, Anna? Good to see you tonight. We have Hunter Oswald. Good to see you, Hunter. Man, hell of a crew. All right, let me ask you, before kickoff, we're about to start here momentarily. I'm telling you, Travis, my boy. Travis, what's up, dog? Travis says, the ads are pushing off premium memberships. Interesting, Travis. We got Paul Brian, what's up, man? Good to see you as well. We got Joe Crooms. We got Charles checking in from LA. That is Lower Alabama. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. And let's see, we got Joshua 34. What's up, Kyle? Up in here every day. I appreciate that, man. T Crush 46. Good to see you. All right, now I need everybody. Everybody up in the house. Blanche, what's up, man? Good to see you from South Florida. Love me some South Florida. What's your guys' anxiety level on a scale of 1 to 10? It's okay. Just be honest. What's your anxiety level? You know what? I understand. Look, this Tennessee football team, they do present challenges, right? And Crown Chris is like 199, man. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. On a scale of 1 to 10, I think for like an anxiety level, it's kind of low. I think games at Bryant-Denny Stadium, these guys, they play at a very high level. And I think once they lost that first game, you know, after you've been punched in the mouth, right? After you've gone through a little bit of adversity, you understand what's at stake. And I think Coach Kalen DeBoer has done a really good job, you know, explaining to this team and showing this team every single Saturday that you step on the field, you can be beat. It doesn't matter if you're Louisville, if you're unranked and you're playing Miami. It doesn't matter if you're Georgia hosting Ole Miss. It doesn't matter who you are. And right now, I think there's some scores out there that are relatively close, right? Like Texas A&M is only up by 1. It's any given Saturday for everybody in college football. Alabama football has shown that they are getting better. And so they have to continue to block out all the noise. They have to be able to take care of business. Here comes the black hoodie, by the way. And I appreciate that $1 super chat. Thank you so much. Look, Kalen DeBoer is fired up. This is the most fired up I've ever seen him. I'm serious. Dead serious. Yo, Kalen DeBoer. Yo, he's coming out for war. Wow. Here comes the out. Do you guys see that? Yo, did you see Coach Kalen DeBoer right there? Man, he's coming out looking for war, man. Man, that's the most fired up I've ever seen Coach Kalen DeBoer. Wow, look at those beautiful jerseys. I never want to see Alabama coming out in a different jersey ever, 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 ever. Forever, ever, forever, ever, forever, ever. Yeah, never. So here comes the Tide. Favored by, I think, what was the line as we entered? Is it 8? Okay, so now I have to ask you, who scores the first touchdown? Who scores the first touchdown for Alabama? By the way, thanks for the super chat. I really appreciate it. First touchdown, who you got? You know, I think I'm surprised. And then I have another question for you. And I guess that's kind of regarding Jam Miller. Are you surprised that Jam Miller is playing in this game? Man, so I guess I had 2 questions for you. Number 1, who scores the first touchdown for Alabama? And then, man, how you guys feeling about Jam Miller playing? You know, I have to say, I am surprised that Jam Miller is playing, because I think we all saw him get knocked out, right? But we do know this, like Jeff Allen is the most tenured athletic trainer that there is. So clearly he wouldn't put any of these guys in a bad position. It's just like, you know, there's concussion protocol and obviously they went by it. So Jam Miller playing tonight. Alabama has won the toss and has deferred to the second half. All right, so Alabama has won the toss and elects to defer. You know, I love getting the football from the jump, but I don't mind deferring when I'm at home because I know I have the crowd behind me, right? On the road, I always want the ball. I always want the ball, especially with the offense like Alabama has. I think they're just so potent and they're able to put together such well-scripted opening drives that when they do that on the road, it's kind of like it's back-breaking. It's so demoralizing when Alabama just does these 16-play drives that go 12 minutes and they put 6 on the board, right? Your defense is just like, we can't. We tried. But I'm not mad about deferring here, so we'll see how it goes. All right, so I see a lot of mixed comments about who will score the opening touchdown. One thing to watch tonight, too. Do you agree with me on this? We're about set to kick off. Turn on ABC. I appreciate y'all kicking it with me. You know, one thing I would predict, and, you know, I already said how I felt about the score, but I will say this. Alabama doesn't have a lot of long touchdowns this year. What I mean by that is like a 60-yard, 80-yard, you know what I'm saying? Playing Tennessee's defense, considering they go man coverage so often, this could be a game. I look to a guy like Ryan Williams catching like an 80-yard touchdown. By the way, Texas Tech goes down. Texas Tech, okay? That we told you. Why were they even in the top 10? Yeah, Texas Tech, we love you. We got family out in Lubbock. But no, you were never supposed to be sitting at this top 10 table. You're gone. You're done. Get out of here. See ya. All right. Okay, Alabama set to kick, and away we go. Alabama football taking on Tennessee. Starts right now on ABC. This is the watch-along. Let's get it. Deep kick by Connor Tauti, and Tennessee will start at the 20. And away we go. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you so much. If this is your first watch-along, just enjoy it. Just kick back. How this operates is we make observations. We talk about the game as it happens. And it's kind of a celebration of Alabama football with friends, family, and everybody else. So here comes Tennessee in their opening possession. Be awesome, a pick six right here, right? From the jump, kind of set the tempo. Here comes Joey Aguilar and his weapons. And first pass is out to Brazel. And it's going to be for like 8 yards. Dejon Lee, the freshman, getting the start. How y'all feel about Dejon Lee starting in this game? 8-yard completion, and you're going to see this from Tennessee's offense. A lot of tempo. Now, they do like to run the football as well. Flag on the play. Looks like there was some movement on Tennessee. So that would make it a 2nd and 2, and now a 2nd and 7, right? But you saw last year, if you look to this game and how Josh Heupel played Alabama and how Josh Heupel played Kane Womack, is they went ground heavy. They did. And they ran for over 200 yards. Remember Dylan Sampson, now playing for the Browns? Man, that guy was a menace last year. Holy cow. Glad he's gone. All right, 2nd and 7 for Tennessee. Aguilar has 3 wide receivers. Little pass to the outside. It's going to be a gain of about, 4. It's going to be a 3rd and 2 for the Vols. Aguilar, 2 of 2 to open the game. In case you missed it, freshman Dejon Lee starting at corner in place of Damani Jackson. That is such significant news. Man, that's crazy for Dejon. I thought if Dejon Lee was going to take anybody's job, I thought it might be Zabian. But here we go is, Dejon Lee playing. That is absolutely huge. 3rd and 2 for the Vols. 3 running backs or something like that in the backfield for Tennessee. That's a weird formation. They're not going to get it. Big James Smith and Deontay Lawson come up with the stop, and it's going to be 4th and 1. That's one hell of a stop. Could I get a defense inside the comment box? Type defense or just type D for Alabama's defense. That was number 23, James Smith, fighting off 2 defenders along with Deontay Lawson. I saw even Bray Hubbard back there and Big Tim Keenan. Hell of a stop for the Tide to open up. Man, that's huge. This video is not sponsored by Coke Zero, but I'm going to have a little bit of my Coke Zero as we celebrate that big 3 and out. I guess it was like a 4 and out or whatever if you count the penalty. Back to return is Mr. Reliable, Cole Adams, and makes a bad U-turn, and he's going to go back a little bit. But the thing about Cole Adams, despite that was probably his worst punt return, right? But the guy is so sure-handed. So Alabama will start in its own 9. Ty Simpson, 71% here in the season, 1,600 yards, 16 touchdowns, and 1 interception. Oh, man, that Coke Zero. Woo. Do we have any Coke Zero fans? All right. Jan Miller in the backfield for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Here comes Ty Simpson and his Alabama offense. You have 2 wide receivers and 2 tight ends. They're expecting pressure to come from Tennessee. It's going to be a handoff to Jan Miller, and it goes absolutely nowhere. A loss of 3, actually, on the play. Man, I haven't seen Alabama come out in 12 personnel in a while. And I get it. I mean, you're shadow of your own end zone, right? On that play, it was Caleb Edwards, so Alabama theoretically started 2 freshmen. They say freshmen don't play here at Bama, though, right? All right, here we go. It is going to be a 2nd and 13. 3 wide receivers. Ryan Williams, Horton, Bernard. Williams down low. Shotgun formation. Here comes Ty Simpson. Little pass, and it's going to be incomplete, and it's going to be a 3rd and 13. You know, you look at the field position, right? Miles says no soda. No, I get you, man. I totally understand that. I have a big glass of water here, and this is one of the mini sodas, by the way. Do you see? But, man, I'm not going to lie. Every once in a while, I like to dab with the Coke Zero. All right, 3rd and 13 for the Tide. Let's see what happens. You need a big play here. Back to pass. Really good. I was going to say good protection, but now Ty's dancing back there. He's going to find Josh Cuevas for an 18-yard pickup, and we got a 1st down. Man, what a play. Way to keep your eyes downfield. Man, that was some pressure coming in, right? Gino Vandermark allowed that pressure, but he's able to keep his eyes downfield and find Josh Cuevas. Look at this guy. Man, Theismann doing some Theismann things, getting it to Josh Cuevas. That was nice. Man, you don't get that 1st down. Man, let's put that as a critical moment in this opening drive, all right? So Ty, 1st drive, we'll write that down. To Cuevas, 280. All right. Ty Simpson back to pass again. Overthrows Jerry Bernard, and there's going to be a penalty. Saw a flag on the play. Yo, if you see the flag, let me know, because I have the headphones on. It's going to be offsides on Tennessee. So you're going to get a 1st and 5 for the Tide. Yeah, Josh Cuevas, you know what? This guy, Josh Cuevas, he's gotten better and better and better. And I agree, Vape Smoke, that was a bad throw on Ty. But Josh Cuevas has gotten better, right? He's good. We got to have a lot of confidence in him as a tight end. 18 yards on the day. Ty is 1 of 2 on this drive. 4 plays, 20 yards so far. Jan Miller in the backfield. Jerry Bernard. Little motion out. It's going to be a handoff to Jan Miller. Miller's going to go about 1 yard. It's going to be a 2nd and 4 for the Tide. Man, I was just so surprised that he came back, that Jan Miller. But I'm glad he did. You know, if he's healthy, then you got to have him back. Dirtbag says inside the comment box, I love when we can get tight ends involved. Remember O.J. Howard. Man, you know, O.J. Howard was right before I came. Obviously, I know of him, you know, and have great respect for him. But since then, you know, we've needed some tight ends to really turn it up. Tight end that I covered was Irv Smith. Ty Simpson back to pass. Ty Simpson's going to use his legs. Gets out, throws on the run. It's going to be completed. That is going to be to Lottie Brooks. Could I get a Lottie inside the comment box? Type 17. Type in 17 for the freshman. Another freshman. Alabama has already played 4 freshmen in this game, right? On defense, you played 5. You played Dejon Lee. On offense, you started Michael Carroll. You started Caleb Edwards, and then you complete a pass to Lazier Brooks. Wow. Post 17 inside the comment box, and we got another 1st down for the Crimson Tide. 6 plays, 31 yards is the drive. 3 wide receivers, including now Kevin Riley in the game. It's going to be a little throw to Lazier Brooks again, this time a gain of 4. Lazier Brooks on this drive, 2 catches for 14 yards. Love to see it. It's going to be a 2nd and 6 for the Tide. Man, isn't 17 so good? Yo, Lazier Brooks, he's that guy, man. 1904, man. What's up? I see you inside the comment box. You guys hyping up Lazier Brooks. Good to see it, man. All right, 2nd and 6 for the Tide. Yeah, Ryan Williams down at the bottom of your screen. Looks like you got Kevin Riley at running back. Be a fake pitch to Riley. A deep pass to Ryan Williams, and what a catch. Type in 2. Type in 2 right now for Ryan Williams. What a catch. Type in 2 as many times as you can. That was one hell. How many times have I told you, don't give up on the young man? Damn, what a catch. What a catch. Man, what a catch. Look at that. I like how they're holding each other. It's okay. It comes down. Man-on-man football. Hell of a catch. What a catch. Ryan Hollywood Williams. Don't sleep on him. I'm telling you. That was a hell of a catch. Not going to be a lot of players that can do that. It's going to be a little handoff. Here comes some trickery to Ryan Williams. Ryan Williams has blockers. One of them is Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson gets a block, and Ryan Williams going to pick up another first down on the long reverse, which goes for 16 yards. Type in 2 again. 8 plays, 82 yards. Chew the clock. Look at this. Triumph with trickery. Ryan Williams, they go to him on a 16-yard reverse after he caught for 31 yards. Alabama at the 10-yard line. What a drive. Wow. Ryan Grubb doing his thing. It's to Jerry Bernard. He bounces off on a jet sweep. Picks up 5 yards. 2nd and 4 for the Tide. Yo, this drive is nasty. Oh, my goodness. You know what? Yeah, this is the Grubbs masterclass, 100%. And if you look, the thing about it is Ryan Grubb, it's like he's playing on Heisman, and now you have Theismann playing with Heisman, right? This is ridiculous. This offensive drive is beautiful. 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 Look at Jam. Inch your way up there. 3rd and goal for the Tide. Nothing, you know, does Caden Proctor come out here and do a tush push? Let's just get 6. You got to get into the end zone right here. This has been one hell of a drive, and I love this offense too, is that everybody's calling for crispy, the crispy package. You're going to love this drive. 10 plays, 89 yards, 5 minutes and 22 seconds. This is demoralizing to Tennessee if you can get 6 in here right now, okay? So it is 3rd and goal. You have a tight end. And I think that's a running back. Oh, that's Jerry Bernard back there. It's a little pass the outside, and it's Isaiah Horton for 6. Alabama on the board. Type in touchdown. It's a 2-yard touchdown. Check out the scoring drive right here. Oh, my goodness. Yo, this scoring drive, absolutely amazing. Alabama goes down on an 11-play, 91-yard scoring drive, okay? That was nasty. 11 plays, 91, 602. Ryan Williams with the big catch. Lottie Brooks with the big catch. And I kind of circle back on that drive. Look at that drive. What was that drive? Honestly, let me ask you this. What was that drive on a scale of 1 to 10? I swear, if you were out there in college football and you just saw that drive, you're like, these dudes, this is the best team in college football. I'm serious, and that's not being fancy. That was ridiculous. You're not playing Wisconsin. You're not playing you were playing Tennessee, a national ranked team for the 4th consecutive week. That was dirty work. Dirty, 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 okay? I'm going to bring something up to you, okay? Let me show you this on the stats. All right? I already got to show you the stats because it's crazy. Right now, what Theismann Simpson is doing is ridiculous, okay? So let me go full screen on this because this is nasty work in the opening drive. Ty Simpson, 5 of 6, 65 yards, 1 touchdown, 83% completion, 229 passer rating, okay? Ryan Williams on a reverse, 16 yards. Bernard with a little jet sweep. That was 5 yards. Okay, Jan Miller, 3 for 0. And you come down here and you give the ball to a freshman, 2 of 14, and Ryan Williams comes up with one hell of a catch, 31 yards, and you got Josh Cuevas on 18. Okay, so he's already gone to 4 receivers for 65 yards. Okay, the play I want to talk to you about was a 3rd. What was it? Like a 3rd and 8, right? And Ty Simpson's back there. He's got pressure. He steps up. He's looking. He sets his feet, and he throws to Josh Cuevas for 18 yards. That was one hell of a play, and that was kind of the catalyst to how the rest of the drive went, right? The other play that really stood out to me was the catch by Ryan Williams, a 31-yard reception, and the way that he caught the ball. Did you guys see before somebody was throwing the ball over his head and he was catching it? Did you see this? Well, that catch by Ryan Williams, it like came like this, and he caught it, right? Only to where Ryan Williams could catch that ball. Beautifully thrown ball. Lazier Brooks makes a couple nice catches as well. So, I mean, all in all, and where are my offensive line fams at? What do you guys think of the offensive line? I saw some pressure in that. There was a couple times where somebody got past Geno Vandermark. But, I mean, in terms of what we saw right there, that was like the Bama buzzsaw. Nasty, nasty, nasty. So, first scoring drive, absolutely impressive. Alabama puts it on top, and we currently have a score of 7-0. So, man, Tide coming out, doing work, and that was mighty, mighty impressive. This isn't a real commercial break. You'll never really see me go commercial, so don't worry about that. Was there anything that I missed? Did anything else stand out to you? That was crazy. So Jalen saw a pancake. Okay. All right, let's see what Coach Smith has to say. Coach Smith says, run blocking could be better. Neil says, let's go D. The other thing is, too, the defense came up with a great stop, right? 23-0, made some really big plays on the opener. Man, I bet that stadium was absolutely rocking. That was crazy. Yep. And Timothy points out that Michael Carroll started at right tackle, which is great. Wow, that was wild, right? What a drive. What an opener for the Tide. Man, that's how you roll on them for sure, 100%. And Alabama already up 7-0 on Tennessee. And I guarantee you, if you're out there and you're just casually watching the game, you're like, whoa, we got something going on in Tuscaloosa, and these guys are pissed, right? These guys are pissed. So, second offensive possession for Joey Aguilar and his crew. Let's see what they can do in this second series. And they're going to go up-tempo, right? They're going to want to push. You can't give up big plays. You can't let these guys back in the game in any way, shape, or form. You come out with another good stop right here, and you just let the offense operate. I'm not going to lie, though, that you couldn't start off a game any better. Plain and simple, right? You really couldn't. All right, so the opening drive, here we go. We got Joey Aguilar with a lot of protection behind him. He's going to fake a handoff, and he is going to be sacked by number 42. Can I get 42 inside the comment box? That is Jan Zapier. Type in 42. Let's hype him up. Oh, my goodness, man. That is crazy. Look at that. Jan Zapier just getting right to him. Oh my, what a start, right? Like, what a start. Jan Zapier coming in with the pressure. 42, he's so good, man. And that's the thing about Bama is they have so much depth. I mean, that would be Quay Rusaw. Now you got a little pass to the outside, and it's going to be third down for the Vols. Man, wow. 7-0. It's going to be 3rd and 8. We got a super chat in. Mad love from XRP. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Feels good, right? Feels good, especially against a team like this. I appreciate the super, man. Appreciate it. Really like it. And that's a lot of physicality, like Dirtbike said, inside the comment box. All right, huge down right here. 3rd and 8. Aguilar back to pass, throws off his back foot and completes a nice pass to Braswell. And Braswell comes up with a gain of 17. Wow, that was impressive. I think this is that 6'5" receiver that they have. So you have a 6'4" true freshman working against one of the more talented receivers in college football. You know, 17, I think, caught 3 touchdown passes against Georgia in the first quarter. Wow, that was nearly intercepted right there. If he would have went for the ball, that could have been an interception, right? I thought that Bray was going to nail 4, but he was kind of playing the player instead of the ball. Anyways, 2nd and 10. Robert, what's up, man? See you inside the comment box. Thanks for being here. Fred Turner, welcome on in. Kimberly, we see you inside the comment box once again. Mitch is calling for a pick 6. Yeah, let's put that out and try to manifest that. Robbie Oots for Heisman, good to see you, bro. Yo, Yanzi Pierre is so good, dude. So glad to see him play. 6 back to pass, plenty of time, no pressure, and it's going to be incomplete, and it's going to be a 3rd and 10. You know, you want to see a little bit more pressure come, but, I mean, that time they're able to create an incompletion. By the way, Joey Aguilar on the game, 4 of 6, 41. Well, that was a nice knockdown right there by Justin Jefferson. One thing about Jefferson, he's a little bit undersized for an inside linebacker, but, man, that guy's fast. Justin Jefferson's probably one of the fastest linebackers we've had in a long time. What's up, Javion? Good to see you, man. Here we go. Aguilar back to pass. Wide receivers all over. Pass is complete to the big tight end. He's going to hurdle. I saw that hurdle coming from a million miles away. Did he hurdle 5? Is that going to be enough for the first down? Yeah, he hurdles DeJon, and then Xavier Brown hits him. You know what? I think they might be short. Miss Kimberly, I'm with you. He's short, right? Hell of a hurdle. What would you say? Maybe a foot? It's going to be a 4th and 1 for Tennessee. Jimbo, what's up, bro? Jimbo's calling it 4th. Yeah, it's 4th down. Here we go. Let's see what Alabama's defense can do. And I guess, are they challenging this? The play is under further review. And look, that was an athletic play by the tight end 100%. Which tight end was that? Was that Ketzelman? Yeah, you know what? Ketzelman, the guy who just hurdled DeJon Lee, you remember who he was at, right? He was at Bama. So Miles Ketzelman couldn't get on the field here. He's a big dude. Good tight end. It's just other tight ends were better than him, clearly. And even if Miles Ketzelman was here, I don't, who knows if I don't think he plays over Josh Cuevas. Anyways. It's always wild to see where all these transfers go. So we're looking at a review right here, and it's going to be 4th and 1. See if the Tide can get off the field once again. It's been one hell of a start for Alabama in this first quarter. And again, if you're watching the ABC broadcast, you're like, oh my goodness, there's so many commercials. There they are. It is wild. You won't see a commercial over here. But the good news is, okay, I always point to this. The time of possession, I'm going to sound like a broken record. Right now, TOP looks like this. 6:02 to Bama to Tennessee has 2:07, okay? So that's a number that you want to continue to win week by week, and that is the winning formula for Alabama football. So the thing about Alabama football is they could certainly go lightning. What lightning means to me is a very fast and up-tempo offense. However, that puts your defense back on the field. So what I've been watching from Alabama football is when they control the time of possession, and they've done that in the last 3 SEC games, really they started after Florida State. So they really won the time of possession in 5 out of 6 games, and they win games like that. So they can go lightning, and they showed it against Vanderbilt. Remember when they went down in a minute 11? But time of possession, man, they're going to win that, and they are going to continue to control the game. So that's what you're seeing once again. 1904, only a Coke Zero commercial. Was it a Coke Zero commercial? I didn't even see. I'm seeing a commercial right now for a cruise line. I don't know what cruise this is. I haven't been on a cruise in years. These cruises are crazy. I don't know which one this is. What is this? Oh, the Royal Caribbean? The last cruise I went on, it was fun. And I get it. I saw on Netflix the poop cruise and all that stuff. That was disgusting. I couldn't even finish it. I get it. Bad things happen, right? But I don't like to live in that space. So it's like I enjoyed the cruise. I can only say from the cruises that I personally went on that I had fun, right? I had fun. I went with fun people. And that's what you got to do, too, is you got to make sure that you're going with the right people. Because I have fun. I've been on, I think, like 2 cruises. And each time was cool. But I like to have a good time. It's hard not to have a good time with me, I promise you. So, anyways, here we go. They're reviewing it. They're saying if it's short or not. And it's 4th and 1. And they're going to get it. They got the first down. Okay. No big deal. Oh, my Coke Zero commercial. 4:04 left on the clock in the first quarter. Alabama is certainly dominating. You just got to, weather the storm. Tennessee's going to come. They have their offense. Little handoff, and that's going to go nowhere. You know what? One player I'd like to hype up. Yeah, Deontay Lawson, man. Deontay Lawson, 0. He's played much better. And it seems like he's gotten more healthy as we've gone forward. Aguilar back to pass. Fires way downfield, and he's got an open man. You know, they're cooking Dejoun Lee, okay? They are targeting Dejoun Lee again and again and again with 17. That's something to keep tabs on, okay? I'm already making calls up top, and I'm talking about it. Let's see what the flag is. Ineligible player downfield on Tennessee. Josh Heupel's mad about it, but okay. I'm already looking at this. I can see it, and so can you. 17 is being targeted a lot, and that's our starter with 5, our freshmen. They are going after Dejoun Lee, okay? And this is going to be a continued thing. That's one of the top wide receivers. Clearly, Alabama knew that, you know, Damani wasn't playing his best football, but they are watching that. Watch for 17 to continue to get more looks. So an eligible wide receiver, it makes it a 2nd and 15. Aguilar back to pass, time, completes, 9 yards, 3rd and 6. Travis T says, here comes Tennessee fans saying ref and excuses. I can see that 100%. I'm sure the message boards are going crazy. Tennessee fans, right? 3rd and 6, 2:43. Aguilar, 6 of 8, 59 yards passing. Back to pass. Pressure picked up, kind of. It's going to be Yhonzae Pierre once again with his 2nd sack of this quarter. Yhonzae Pierre. Oh, my goodness. Number 42. You know what to do. Type 42 inside the comment box. That was gigantic. Oh, my goodness. You know, wow. Yhonzae Pierre, outstanding. How the hell did he get him? He's coming off the edge, working on the tackle. He's going to come through the inside. Man, Yhonzae Pierre, think about this. Oh, man, that was a good play, Yhonzae. You know what's crazy? Look, only at Bama are you going to have a guy behind the guy that is this good. I'm serious. We have been talking, okay, a long time about Yhonzae Pierre. This is why it's always important just to wait and to be patient, man, because once you get your opportunity on a national stage, how many people watching this game? 11 million people, right? Everybody's like, who's 42? He's a backup? He's a backup at Bama? No, like the backups here can be starters anywhere else, but you're only going to get the national notoriety when you come over here because of the brand and the exposure. Yo, Yhonzae Pierre, I'm not. Is anybody surprised by 42's play? I'm not. And you know who else came in with him? He was a 5-star. He came in with Keon Keeley, and we saw last game how much he's come along too. So Keon Keeley, Yhonzae Pierre, these are the guys in waiting. Yo, this guy's a menace. 42, that was one of the biggest plays so far. We're going to write that down. 42 with 2 sacks. Wow, that's impressive. In the first quarter. Damn. Super impressive, man. Yhonzae Pierre balling out for sure. Not surprised, though. I'm really not surprised. And behind him, you got other guys that are coming along too. You got Noah Carter, and then you have Justin Hill, right? I told you, Charles. What's up, Charles? You guys aren't old enough to know Charles in Charge. Does anybody know Charles in Charge? Charles in Charge. Man, that was huge. And having to deal, and that's what I'm saying. So having to deal with Alabama's offense again and the time possession again, it'll suck the soul out of the defense. They just got to be able to do the same thing. Take another, couple passes to Jeremy Bernard this time, to Ryan Williams, a little, Ryan Grubb's gadgetry. Let's see what Hulk Salami has to say. I love saying this name, by the way. Hulk, what's up, dude? Hulk says this. They're giving them space to protect against the big play. Playing cover 4 is a big thing against home run type teams. Tennessee is a home run type team, right? Oh, let's get some scores, Kyle. Can we get some scores, Kyle Henderson? For sure, dog. Let's go. And we go to the scoreboard. We'll go across the nation real quick, and we'll go full screen. This is a scoreboard break, and Right now, what we're seeing in the SEC is you're seeing Texas A&M on top of Arkansas by a score of 38-27. Marcel Reed with 230 yards passing. Oregon beating up on Rutgers by a score of 42-3. You got Washington State beating Virginia. Oh, my goodness. And Texas, the big bad Texas Longhorns, on top by just a touchdown against Kentucky. Over here in Tuscaloosa, the Tide lead Tennessee, and USC is beating Notre Dame by a score of 10-7. You know, I'll tell you what, the worst thing that could happen to Notre Dame was Miami losing, right? Because now you're like, well, we lost to them, blah, blah, blah. South Florida in a good one with Florida Atlantic 7-3. As I said, look, I said this. Auburn is on top of Missouri by a score of 7-0. Super early, but I'm not surprised. Auburn has played everybody close. Out in Utah, you have Utah and BYU tied up at 0-0. And early finals from today, Ohio State took down Wisconsin 34-0. Back to the action in Tuscaloosa, where it is 7-0, and here comes the Tide. Ty Simpson back to pass. He's got an open wide receiver, and it is Ryan Williams. Could I get a number 2 inside the comment box? Yo, that catch it was ridiculous. It was, oh my God. I told you. He's back. Yo, that was crazy. Man, look, they're going to take we have to review this so we could get it to ESPN immediately for, they're going to review it? Yeah, just review it to give ESPN enough time to put it as a clip on YouTube. That was crazy. Did you see that? Did he catch that? Yeah, he caught it. Is that a catch or no catch? Type inside the comment box, catch. Type C if you think it's a catch. Let's see. 1, 2. Yeah, that's a catch. Catch, right? That's a catch. Look, he was holding it like this. Caught it. Yeah, I'm not tripping. That's a catch. The previous play is under review. How many looks you want at it? It's a catch. They're like, we need to put more commercials on. Review a play. Let's load up on the commercials. That's a catch. Come on. Get out of here. We're wasting time. Ryan Williams. That's a catch. Come on. Move along. I didn't see where it could have touched anything else. If it touched the ground. Let's see what they say. If he catches it, he'll already have 50 yards in the game in the first quarter. It's a catch. Okay. Who called this in? All right. Another huge catch for Ryan Williams. Ryan Williams already has, think about this. He already has 66 yards total in the first quarter. Isn't that crazy? Ryan's going crazy. Carrie, is that what the announcer said? Come on now. We all saw that. Come on. All right. Ooh, I like this. 5 wide. You have a running back and a tight end. Jam Miller motions. Ty Simpson. A little bit of a check. 7 seconds on the play clock. Ty gets pressured. Here's my screen. That's my screen. Oh, my goodness. I like the screen, but you ran it to the wrong running back. You need to do that to your fast running back. And that's my screen. Thank you, Grub. Y'all, I've been calling for that screen for a long time. And yes, Formby went back in at tackle. You know I've been calling for that screen. All right, 2nd and 5. Yes, Tweet Johns, I'm with you, man. Say it again. Run more screens. Hulk salami, dog. Appreciate it, man. Let's see what Hulk has to say. It's going to be a little handoff to Jay Miller, get to the outside. And he's going to get a first down. My man, Kyle, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. You know, it's been fun to do these watch-alongs. You know, you get to interact with the fans on a daily basis, and I get to, you know, kind of zoom out and look at the game with y'all and make, you know, conversational pieces during the game and things that stand out to all of us. It's really good. It's been nice to see Jam Miller back in the fold. That's the end of the first quarter. Alabama Crimson Tide on top by a score of 7-0. Let's run through the first quarter stats. I think they're notable to certainly look at. So let's I think we can go, let's see. I'll bring up the stats on this side. Here we go. Should be showing the stats. So I'll show you the team stats first, which is over here on the right. Alabama has this is wild, okay? You want to I like to look at games kind of like a boxing match, right? Like who won round 1, 2, 3, and 4. So on my card, let me ask you this inside the comment box. Who won the first quarter? Type A for Alabama, type T for Tennessee. Let's run up the A's, okay? First quarter, Alabama had 114 yards of offense. That is wild. They had 89 yards of passing offense. They had 25-yard rush, right? No penalties. Tennessee had 3 for 15. Alabama had 5 first downs, okay? Total plays, Alabama had 14 yards. Wow, 14 plays. 14 plays and you have 89 yards passing? That's crazy. Red zone, Alabama was 1 of 1. Time possession right here, 7:47. Time possession for Tennessee, 7:13. Okay, you're still winning. This is the closest that we've seen time of possession between two teams so far, at least in the first half. I think a big difference is right here is probably this number, is the sacks, right? Because I think when we look to Joey Aguilar, we'll go to look at him. I think I've showed you Ty a couple times. He's 6 of 8. He's connected with 17 a couple different times, but the difference has been on a couple defensive stands is that Yanzi Pierre, 42, has come up with some really big sacks, right, which has stopped drives. So he's done a great job. Ketzelman has a rush, I guess, for 2 yards, and then Brazel has a 3 for 36. He's their best wide receiver. He's been targeted 3 times. He's working against freshman Dejon Lee. For Alabama on the offensive side, Ty Simpson, Theismann, right, 7 of 8. Right, he's 89 yards passing, 1 touchdown, 88 yards. The first quarter stats are ridiculous. This guy is like, try doing this on a video game, right? No, just try doing this on a video game in the first quarter on Heisman. Good luck. All right, Ryan Williams actually has the most rushing yards with 16 on that long reverse. And Ryan Williams is leading the team in rushing yards and receiving. He has 2 for 50. 2 really great catches by number 2. I think if I'm going first quarter MVPs, I'm probably going Yanzi Pierre number 1 and then Ryan Williams number 2. Now, of course, the guy who threw it to him, right, that says a lot, but those were some tough catches that Ryan Williams made. Can we all agree on that? So I go 42 is my first quarter MVP, and number 2 is my offensive MVP. On the defensive side, you kind of look at the overall stats right here, and Xavier Brown has 3 tackles. James Smith came up with a really good tackle as well. And that's kind of how we're rolling at this point of the game. So Crimson Tide on top right now by a score of 7-0 in the first quarter. So news as it happens, I'll continue to bring, stats and updates and, all the news that happens right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We continue with the second quarter, and we'll go back to the action at Bryant-Denny Stadium. What was that called? What was that penalty? I didn't see what that penalty was. Was it a false start? It says false start on Isaiah Horton. That's weird. We start out with the 1st and 15. That was strange. Ty Simpson, 3 wide receivers. One up at the top. Here comes pressure. It's going to be 1st and 15. And Ty's looking under duress. Throws a deep ball. And he's going to overthrow Lazier Brooks. Hunter Oswald with a super chat. He says it's got to be the tennis balls, right? Yeah, Alabama's been practicing with tennis balls, rugbies, right? Rugby balls. That it's common. You know, I think you might think it's like golf ball. It's common. It's a long season. You got to catch, you know, you can catch a wrench, you can catch a football, right? Crimson Angel, what's up, man? 3rd and 9. Here comes Ty Simpson on a 2nd and 15, and it's going to be completed to Jeremy Bernard. There's Ty and his father, Jason Simpson, right? Is that his dad? Probably doesn't get to watch too many games. Yeah, I love it, PZ. You haven't seen a lot of deep shots from Bama just because, you know, of the offense, the way it runs with time and possession. But I think against Tennessee, their defense allows you to take some deep shots, right? All right, here we go. 3rd and 9 for the Tide. Really big down. You know, Tide comes up big on 3rd downs. They're going to have to take a timeout and think about it. I'm not mad at it. This is their first time out of the half. You know what I'd do on a 3rd and 9? I'd hit a screen to Kevin Riley. But they needed a commercial break. You know, 3rd down so far. Let's see what Alabama's been on 3rd down so far. Yeah, they've been 2 of 2 on 3rd down. You know, I was thinking about this when I was looking at all those college football scores, and I was kind of thinking about Georgia and Ole Miss, right? And the way that who watched Georgia and Ole Miss? Did you guys have time to watch that game? I watched that game, and my takeaways are this. Look, those are good football teams for sure. Georgia was the better football team, and clearly Ole Miss, they got ahead by a little bit. And the thing about Georgia is they never stop. They never quit. They play until it's completely done. I think what really stands out to me, though, is it kind of showcases how quality that win was against Georgia, right? And that only bodes really well for Alabama. And I think kind of the Bama fatigue out there, people could say, yeah, well, you lost to Florida State. Yeah, Bama did lose to Florida State for sure. But the way that Alabama played then and how they are playing over the last 4 or 5 weeks, it's they're trending the right way. Now, are they perfect? Are they elite? No, but they're moving that direction. I mean, this performance so far in just one quarter, and I know they're facing a 3rd down here, which is really important, but what they did in the first quarter was something that they've been doing to other teams, right? Controlling the ball and making big plays on both sides of the ball, offense and defense. This is playing like one of the better teams in the country, and I watch all those games with y'all. I'm watching the Vanderbilt game. I'm watching LSU, and those teams are making plays. And Vanderbilt beat LSU today. But guess what? Alabama beat Vanderbilt. They did. And Georgia, they look great today. They beat Ole Miss. Well, guess what? Alabama beat them too. And there's a big difference between playing a team in the SEC and some of these other teams like Texas Tech. They lost to Arizona State. Miami, they lost to Louisville. Those two teams weren't even ranked, and those teams are in the top 10. What's unfair is the teams in the SEC, it's like a completely different league, right? And it just shows you, yeah, is Texas Tech have a good team? Yeah, but they couldn't do what teams are doing in the SEC. So stop it. Let's see some of those other college football scores. Scroll up to the top. Texas Tech still on top of Arkansas by a score of 45-35. You got 6 minutes left in that game. And we're back in action over here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. 3rd and 9. Let's see what we got for the Tide. Interesting formation right here. Jeremy Bernard in motion. Looks like he's being shadowed. Ty Simpson is checking. He sees something. Jam Miller in the backfield. Time's winding down. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Hike the ball, dog. Did they get that playoff tie? Back to pass. It's caught, dropped, incomplete, recovered. What was that? Did he drop that naturally? Was that another drop by 17? Look at that. All right, so he should have. Oh, yeah, so he caught it and the guy knocked it out. That wasn't a fumble, was it? Was that a fumble? That wasn't a fumble. What do you guys think? Honestly, take the hat off, the fan hat off. Was that a fumble? I guess not. They're not even looking at it. Guy knocked it out, made a good play, and you're going to get a punt. So 3rd and 9, you got to convert. You got to catch those type of balls, and here comes Tennessee. Okay, so you kind of look to that drive, right? You had a false start by Isaiah Horton. Yeah, that is Ty's brother. That's Graham Simpson. So Graham Simpson is a sophomore. You guys are saying incomplete, might have been. I thought it might have been a fumble, but I who knows? Maybe he never had like full possession. I don't know. It doesn't matter anyways. All right, here we are in the with another opportunity for Tennessee. 7-0, you need to convert on 3rd downs. Defense have played well so far. Yanzi Pierre's come with it. Tennessee will start at 22. Joey Aguilar back to pass. Looked like that was low. Was that complete? 9 yards. Aguilar has 69 yards so far passing in this game. I thought it kind of looked like a fumble, but whatever. Here comes Tennessee, 2nd and 1. It's going to be a handoff, and there's that first kind of moderately big run for 11 yards. It's a 1st down again. What's up, Bama? Jeff, good to see you, man. Hey, Blanche, what's up, bro? Yeah, 10 points out. If it was a fumble, Bama came up with it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because Isaiah Horton jumped on it, huh? Tennessee going to hand off, and now Tennessee kind of go into their ground game. That's going to be a gain of 6. 2nd and 4 at midfield. What's up, Bama fan? I see you inside the comment box, man. You quick as a cat. By the way, if you're on YouTube TV, if you want to make your TV just a little bit faster, you have to click the 3 little dots at the bottom, and you have to click default. Aguilar back to pass. Fires out to a wide open wide receiver. Okay, why was that guy so wide open? Okay, that was a gain of 18. I don't like that. Tennessee, another handoff. It's going to be bottled up in the backfield. Gain of 1. It's going to be a 2nd and 9. And you've kind of seen what is interesting, something that I'm watching here is as we kind of watch for trends, Tennessee's kind of jumped out of their tempo. And they're kind of, now they're starting to run the football a little bit more. I think Josh Heupel, see, what's happening is the good old fight for a time of possession. They want to run the football too. Each team wants to run the football, believe it or not. I totally agree, North Alabama Storm Chase, about the cushion. Pass is incomplete. I guess that was to Ketzelman. It's going to be a 3rd and 8. Can the D hold again? Can the D hold again? They've come up big on 3rd down so far. So far in this game, Tennessee is 1 of 4. That's just 25% on 3rd down. This is big right here. Kane Womack in the vest, the black Nike hat. Aguilar back to pass. It is wide open, and Deshaun Jones is going to stop what would have been a touchdown. 1st and goal. That was a gain of 30. to Staley. Joey Aguilar already has 116 yards. And the next play, you're going to have Nakai Hill-Green bottle him up in the backfield. Loss of 2. Wow. Okay. And we go tighten up. That was a big third down completion. I didn't see that, Eric D. Did somebody fell down? The DB fell down for Bama? Where was that guy? Was that an inside wide receiver? Sometimes the TV doesn't show the entire box. You know what I'm saying? All right, 2nd and goal. Can still come up with a stop right here. 2 wide receivers. Man in motion. Looked like a bobbled snap. If Aguilar wanted to run, he could just run it into the end zone right there. And he's going to get hit hard. Ouch. And it's going to be a 3rd and goal. Now you hold him to a field goal here, right? Maybe. Yo, Chris, I'm telling you, you got hit hard, huh? I don't think he knew he's going to get hit that hard. All right, here comes Tennessee. 3rd and goal. Back to pass. Aguilar fires, and it's going to be a touchdown to Staley, a 2-yard touchdown. The scoring drive for Tennessee, 10 plays, 78 yards, 4 minutes and 14 seconds, okay? Now, Aguilar on that particular drive was 4 of 5 passing for 59 yards. They ran the football 5 times for 19 yards, and they picked up 3 first downs. So Tennessee, believe it or not, they now control the time of possession, 11 minutes to 8 minutes. And that was a long scoring drive, and Tennessee has tied this game up in the 2nd quarter. Now, it's hard to kind of look because you only see like the TV broadcast. But I would like to, so let me ask you inside the comment box, who was in trouble on that? Was 7 getting eaten up? Is that Deshaun Jones right there? Because he's your nickel, right? So behind him at nickel, you either have like Cam Calhoun or maybe like a Drake Kirkpatrick. But that 14 right there, man, he caught for some big yardage. Staley, who's that inside wide receiver, 4 receptions for 50 yards already. So, no, 7 is Deshaun Jones. And number 5 is Dejon Lee. So to kind of like paint the picture, we knew that Aguilar has weapons, and we knew that Aguilar was going to throw for yards, right? I mean, so far Aguilar has 118 yards. The last 2 quarterbacks, or last 3 that Alabama has played, they haven't been as efficient and haven't had the weapons that Tennessee has. I'll say this. Look, this guy, Joey Aguilar, he's a better quarterback than the last 3 quarterbacks that Alabama has faced. He might not run as much, but in terms of passing and on top of that, his receivers are better. So just be patient. You know, Alabama is just going to have to settle in and make some plays on defense. That's why you go back and you control the time of possession, because as you see, when you put Alabama's defense out there again and again and again, they're going to allow plays. 10 plays, 78 yards. It's kind of like some of Alabama's medicine. 7-7. Not stressed. Good football game. I think that you start to look at kind of like plays, right? That third down, you see how crucial that was when Lazier Brooks caught that pass and was kind of knocked out. It's a good play by Tennessee. Bad play, Alabama. Catch the ball. 7-7. Joey Aguilar right now, 10 of 13, 118 yards passing, 1 touchdown. Ty Simpson, 8 of 11, 95 yards. Both quarterbacks balling out. This is a really good quarterback duel right now, too. Yo, do we have is anybody watching baseball? Oh, someone's saying that they're negative. Well, that's the thing. I mean, look, I think a lot of people can go to negative town. I never do. I've played the sport. I've played competitive sports all my life. I know that there's so much football left. That's just how it is. And there's emotions and waves of the game. Right now, Tennessee, they probably have a little bit of momentum. You put a long, sustaining scoring drive right here. This is kind of the game plan. You put a scoring drive together right before halftime. You control the time of possession going in, right? You have 9 minutes, so you try to milk a drive right here for like 6 or 7 minutes, get a touchdown on the board, make the keep the defense fresh, get them to have a stop. You go into halftime 14-7, and you get the football and to start the third quarter. That's it. That was the mansion I was telling you guys about on TV, the cigar mansion. Y'all see that? Yeah, and Jarvis is 100% right. I mean, if you're not getting pressure on him, which you need to, right? What's up, Byron? Byron says hired Jeremy Pruitt as an analyst. Where is Pruitt? On it, like 100. Like, I'm dead serious. Does anybody know where he's at? Is he back? Is he living in Alabama again? Pruitt. Kickoff goes out of bounds. So Bama will have some good field position here. And Travis T says, Chanel. Well, we're talking perfumes inside the comment box. You know, yeah. All right, chill. Don't worry. Here they come. Here comes our beloved offense. Pruitt is in Rainsville, Alabama. Oh, wow, that's cool. I thought he was back in Alabama, so he's in Rainsville. I didn't even know Rainsville existed. I learn a new Alabama town, I swear, every day. Alabama back in action. It's going to be a little handoff in the backfield. He's going to be swallowed up. That was Kevin Riley getting eaten up. Man, you know, Riley just... He goes down after one contact, but man, the guy is fast. I hand it off in a situation like that to Jam. Yo, is Joey Aguilar hurt? Yo, that could be gigantic. That hit that he had was humongous. Wow, they just said that they're massaging his neck over there. They better give him a shot or something. He took a huge hit. 2nd and 12 for the Tide. Tennessee with 4-man rush. Interesting play call there. I don't like that play call. Those first 2 play calls I really don't like. Huh. And David Pastor, 100%, man. And you know, the run game, for whatever reason, it runs off kind of like gadgetry. But in terms of like 3, 4, 5 yards, you can't really get it going. Yo, Jarvis, you're talking about Aguilar, right? Yo, he got popped. Hit hard. He should have slid there. Man, those first 2 plays, Blanche, right? What was going on with those first 2 play calls? I don't know. Jarvis is like abandon the run, bro. Ty Simpson back to pass. Caden Proctor all day. Laser by Ty Simpson, and it's going to be incomplete. Ooh. Another punt. Uh-oh. Alabama goes 3 and out. You don't like that. Yeah, that play calling right there was a little... I didn't like that. Like, those first 2 runs kind of were, like, out of sequence for what Alabama does. So, Tennessee will start at, like, the 18. You got 8:03, and you got to stop a quarterback that took a big shot. I guess the only good thing about that series right there is you put Joey Aguilar back onto the field sooner than later, right? I think even Joey Aguilar probably wanted a little bit more time to nurse kind of that neck that he has. And if you missed it, they just went to the TV broadcast and they said that they're working on Joey Aguilar on his neck because he took that big hit on their scoring drive. I mean, anything to the neck, man, that'll put you in trouble. So, and I don't know. I'll kind of go to you, the defensive-minded crew inside the comment box. Do you think Alabama needs to send more pressure, tighten up on defense, or do you think that Tennessee's wide receivers are too athletic for some of Alabama's corners? All right. Look, we knew that Tennessee has guys. Their wide receivers are really good. You sent pressure a couple different times, but if you send pressure, then, you change up things defensively, maybe leaving some guys in some vulnerable positions. Mindy's like, more pressure. I like it. Dylan's like, Alabama cannot run the ball. I agree. They cannot run the ball. In fact, let me go to the stat board right here. Alabama has 8 rushers for 24 yards. But the 2 running backs, Jam Miller has 4 rushes for 5 yards, and Kevin Riley has 2 rushes for -2. That's not good. We'll go to the national scoreboard right here. We have Texas A&M hanging on against Arkansas. Arkansas has been hanging around with everybody. Oregon still on top of Rutgers. Washington State beating Virginia. And at halftime, Texas is these guys, man. Texas 7-0 against Kentucky. And the Notre Dame Fighting Irish is beating USC. All right. And then, Missouri has scored. And now they're up by 3 on the Auburn Tigers. So, can you imagine Auburn 0-4 in SEC play? That is crazy. And out in Utah, we are underway in our first quarter where BYU and Utah are squared away at 0-0 earlier today in college football. Thank you so much for the super chat. Samuel's putting out there, a pick 6 is coming. Appreciate you. Hey, Sam, thanks, dog. I really appreciate it, man. Good to see you, bro. We have a final out in Columbus from earlier today. You have Ohio State defeating Wisconsin, a team that Alabama beat earlier in the year and handedly by a score of 34-0. Let's see what Julian saying was 36 of 42. Man, yo, that dude threw for a grip of yards. That's wild. All right, we're back in action. As here comes Joey Aguilar. Wow, Tennessee's backup quarterback is getting in some work too. Okay, get after him. Hunter says, what if they fire Hugh and hire James Franklin? Well, then that means they'll be better, but they won't win any beat any top 25 team. So hire him. Here's Joey Aguilar. Back to pass. Incomplete to 2. Right? I think they should hire him. You know what? I like James Franklin. I saw him on game day today. I've always liked him. He just doesn't win games. He doesn't win big games. And who's starting to also kind of get that name as well is Lane Kiffin. But the difference is we like Lane Kiffin because he's like Saban. But he don't win big games either. He don't. That's the truth. 2nd and 10. Back to pass. Passes outside number 17. Damani Jackson back in. It's going to be a gain of, let's call it 8. It's going to be a 3rd and 2 for Tennessee. There's a flag. What's the flag? Offensive pass interference. Replay the down. So that's going to be 2nd and 19. Oh, my God. It goes from 3rd and 2 to 2nd and 19. Oh, yeah. Look at that. That's a pick. Can't do that. Ouch. Sorry, you can't do that. All right. 2nd and 19. Here's your pick 6 coming up, right? How crazy is it going to be if Damani Jackson gets a pick 6? We going to love him again? Aguilar back to pass. He's going to fall down. What is that? What is that? That's Bama's ball. What is that? What are they going to call? Aguilar was falling down, threw it, I think he would. Yep. It's going to be a safety. Intentional grounding. That's going to be a safety. I knew it. I knew it. Wow. That was humongous. Joey Aguilar was falling down through it. He had no place to throw it. He tripped, right? Yeah, he tripped on his offensive tackle. Was getting pushed back by none other than 42, Yanzi Pierre. So Yanzi comes up with the gigantic play, because if it wasn't for Yanzi Pierre's push, then he wouldn't have gone back into Aguilar. Aguilar trips, falls, throws it, and that's intentional grounding. 42, we'll credit 42 with the safety. Wow. That's our MVP. So now he has 2 sacks, and he has a safety. Man, what a play. They can't. Wow. Hey, and that was Keon Keeley just jumping on him for. Did he go into the tent? Yeah, Keon Keeley just jumped on him after. Huge play for Bama. Wow. Oh. 42. Holy cow. Robbie Oots, did you see that? The play was over, and then here comes Keon Keeley. I mean, it's called sometimes, and sometimes it's not. All right, $2 for 2 points. That's cool. All right, yeah. That's what's up, Mitch. Good to see you, bro. 9-2, Bama leads. And this works out so perfectly, because if you can now get points on the board, whether that's 3, whether that's 6, whether that's 7, you get the ball at halftime. Here comes Lazier Brooks. He gets to the 30. Oh, my goodness. He looks really great returning kicks, by the way. Okay. Here comes Wilcom Formby back at tackle after they started Michael Carroll. And if you're an offensive line guy out there, I need your help. Watch the offensive line. Let me know what you're thinking, because I watch the ball, right? And I think like casual fans watch the ball, right? I like to talk about the game as it's happening, like a commentator, but I need somebody out there that watches the line. It's hard to do. You have to be disciplined to do it. Ty Simpson, running back in the backfield. I know somebody. Look, if you're an offensive line guy, you're an offensive line guy for life. Formby holding up. Ty Simpson fires down, connects to Journey Bernard. Bernard with a nice pickup of 28 yards. There you go. Yo, and I'm not going to lie. If you saw that, that was great protection by Formby right here. Look, 75 on the outside. Sets his feet, good protection. Caden Proctor tackles, did an amazing job right there, allowing Ty to step up. Look at that ball, too. Ty's been doing work. Bam. Dot. Dirty. 28 yards. Ty Simpson, 9-13. 123. Graham Simpson loves it. Jason Simpson loves it. Ty Simpson, feeling good. 9-14. 123. Offense moving. We got a super chat. Super chat is from Lisa Lucht. Appreciate you, Lisa. Good to see you. Ty Simpson back to pass. Overthrows Jerry Bernard. That was a weird play. Thank you, Lisa. We appreciate it. Yeah, Ty has a cannon. You know, that was one of the things, like early on in the season, if you would ask me like how's Ty's arm strength, I'd have probably been like, I don't know. It seems kind of, maybe above mid. But now I could tell you with certain confidence, because I've seen it, Ty does have a cannon, 100%. Really good arm strength. That 25-yard range, yo, he can rip it like anybody else. Ty Simpson back to pass once again. Good protection. Goes deep, has a man wide open. That's Lazier Brooks. He probably could have scored. Kind of the trajectory of the pass kind of took him and his momentum out of bounds. Lazier Brooks right now, by the way, leading the team in receptions, 3 for 39. I mean, it's hard to guard Rico Scott out there and Lazier Brooks. 11, 17, 2, 5, 1. That's a lot of problems. And that's where you're going to see Tennessee's pass defense, struggle. Remember, they're 119. Ty Simpson, little keeper, I guess. This is working out perfect. That safety couldn't have come at a better time because you got a little insurance points, and then you put in a touchdown right here, get the ball back, things start to cook. And probably a lot less points than people thought, right? I mean, even Coach Saban said that he figured there'd be a lot of points today. I guess I took it over 50 points total, but I didn't really expect it to be 9-7, close to half. 3 wide receivers down at the bottom. Those are some nasty wide receivers. Look at these wide receivers. Ugh. What was that, 17, 5, and 2? Ty Simpson back to pass. Feels like a touchdown. Ryan Williams. Oh, my goodness. Yo, that was a dart. Ryan Williams Ty Simpson connects to Ryan Williams on an absolute dart. Williams now has 3 for 64. Look at that pass. Oh, my goodness. We were just talking about the passing velocity, right? Shoot. Now, little handoff to Jam Miller. Give it to Jam again. Get in the end zone. Joey Aguilar, I was like, man, I shouldn't have thrown that. I shouldn't have tripped. Kalen DeBoer in the black hoodie is just like a whole different level. The thing's already in a museum, right? That's crazy. Jason Simpson looking on. Fans looking on. Hey, looks like that guy has the hoodie, but he cut off the sleeves. Did you see that? Jam Miller in the backfield. Let's see. Give him the touchdown. That's all you got to do. Don't be complicated. A little pitch out to the outside. Push by Caden Proctor. Guy goes flying. Did you see Caden Proctor push that guy? Touchdown. Tied. Jam Miller with a tutty. Is that Alabama's first rushing touchdown of the year? Something like that, right? Did you see Proctor throw that guy? Who saw that? Who saw that? I'm not kidding you. Proctor threw a guy in the air. Jam Miller. Type in 2-6 or just type in Jam on it if you want to. Alabama now up 16 to 7. 16 to 7. The scoring drive, 7 plays, 69 yards, 3 minutes and 16 seconds. I think what I liked most on that drive was Alabama's game, right? Because I think the last drive they came out and it was like 2 runs to Kevin Riley. We want to get Kevin Riley the ball 100%, but not on first and second down, right? So on that particular drive, kind of come back to Ty Simpson and let him kind of operate. He was 3 of 4 on that drive, 67 yards. Right? You ran the ball three times for 2 yards, but you ran for a touchdown, okay? On the game, Jam Miller has 6 carries for 7 yards and a touchdown. Ty Simpson. Mama Simpson's happy, okay? That's good. Graham Simpson's happy. Jason Simpson's happy. Bart Simpson's happy. Lisa Simpson. Maggie Simpson. Homer Simpson. Ned Flanders is happy. Alabama leading 16 to 7. Perfect time for the safety. You can hold them. Man, Caden Proctor, you saw that, right? Yo, Blake, did you see that? Caden Proctor got that guy and threw him like a baby. Tim points out that Tennessee has -9 yards rushing. Is that right? Dang, nice point out, bro. Stat of the day, stat of the day. The Simpsons intro is now in my head. Yeah. Do 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 do. Bart Simpson, Lisa Simpson, Maggie Simpson. Simpsons is funny, man. Shoot, the Simpsons is the funniest show. Yeah, anybody had a flaming Mo out there? All right, yeah. Okay, here we go. 4 minutes and 5 seconds at 16 to 7. See what Tennessee can do. Last time they kind of operated at a high level and put one in the end zone. Got to tighten up on defense. Joey Aguilar with the handoff. Tennessee has -9 rushing yards. Not this time. Number 9 is going to pick up 19. Now they have 10 yards. Kind of the chunk yardage plays that Alabama's kind of known to give up, right? I don't like a score here. You don't like a score anytime, but particularly right before half, right? And you kind of building up this momentum. Here comes Joey Aguilar. He's definitely sliding that time. He's out. Joey Aguilar's done. This guy's done. Joey Aguilar is close to being done. What was the flag for? This guy's Joey Aguilar is not going to finish this game. Ouch. Oh my God, James Smith. Crunched. Ouch. Oh man, right on his neck. Ugh. I'm telling you, Joey Aguilar will not, he's not finishing this game. All right, so Tennessee's moving a little bit forward. Still not in field goal range, right? Unless you can kick like a 60-yard field goal. Another flag. That's going to be on Tennessee. Right? False start. That's against Tennessee. Tennessee has a lot of penalties in this game. Tennessee has 6 penalties for 29 yards. Bama has 2 now for 20 after that personal foul. That backs Tennessee up a little bit. That's big for Tennessee right there, getting pushed back. So now, what is it? A 2nd and 11. Pass to the outside. Here comes Red Morgan. Wow, Red Morgan was flying. I guess now it's 2nd and 11. All right, let's go, D. Come up with a big play. And you know what? It looks like Red Morgan is now in the game. I don't know if 7 is still in as well. Pass complete to 14. Now Tennessee's facing a 3rd and 7. Angel inside the comment box says watch 87, which I think is Ketzelman, right? Damani Jackson on the field. I'm trying to see if 7 is on the field. Tim is making a Domino's run. All right, yeah. Tim, you like the thin crust over there? Yo, I'm not gonna lie, Domino's thin crust goes hard in the paint, for sure. All right, Bama fan tells us there's a timeout. All right, we'll go to our national scoreboard too. You ain't gonna see me do a timeout. Let's see what we got. As we got a timeout over here in Tuscaloosa. The national scoreboard reads like this. Oregon on top of Rutgers by a score of 49-3. I know that makes Chris in New Jersey upset. Chris went to Rutgers and then, you know, rebirthed as a Bama fan. He's up in Montclair, right? Yeah, Washington State about to beat Virginia. Well, I guess it's only the 3rd quarter. You never know. That would be interesting because Virginia beat Florida State, right? And Washington State almost beat Ole Miss last week, which is weird. Why were those two teams even playing? Texas is up 7 on Kentucky. Wow. Arch Manning not even on the stat sheet. What is going on with Texas? Notre Dame's hanging on to a 1-point lead against USC. Did you know it has been 20 years since the Bush push? 20 years. Where were we all at in 2005? Seriously, where were you living? Post inside the comment box. 2005. You know, I was living in D.C. And I was texting my buddy who now lives in Boston. And I was like, man, 20 years ago. So 20 years ago on this day, I can remember it just as it was clear as day. I was living in Alexandria, Virginia, but you know, working in D.C. So I went and got a haircut. We went to the barber. Then we crossed the Potomac on the blue or yellow line. And we went, there was an Erykah Badu concert. And like Common was there and stuff like that. It was the most amazing day. We ate at this restaurant. I had a grilled chicken Caesar salad. And I watched this game. Chris says 199 super chat. He says, Roll Tide, do you think Bach will ever see the field. You know, Jalen Mbakwe is a player, like, he will play at some point here, but it might not be much right now. So, look, it's a you talk about him more because he's hurt and, you know, you want to see him play and people are like, oh, he's warming up. He was never going to play in this game, whether he was healthy or whether he was hurt. He might be – he will play here. He will be playing. Like, I point to examples like Yanzi Pierre, Keon Keeley. Sometimes it just takes a long time to play. And it's like, man, I want to see this guy. It just takes time. But when the guy gets on, he'll be on. It's just you got to be able to just hang tight. Crimson Angel says this. Hey, Kyle, I got any R&R cigar brand recommendations? Yeah, so like you can go with the let's see. This is the one that I like. So this is the one that I have. So I do like the Java. It's a Java mint. So I have this is what, you know, if I'm going to like smoke a cigar, I have a couple different options that I roll with. But that Java mint should be, you know, really good. I kind of like a more of like a dessert type cigar, right? If you had like a really good meal or whatever. Yeah, Travis, I'm telling you, bro, it was crazy. This concert, I'm not particularly sure what was happening that day, but there was a huge concert at the mall in D.C. People were just hanging out. It was the dopest thing, dude. It was amazing. I loved living out there so much. If anyone's out in that area, I probably envy you a little bit because I love living in D.C. and because I lived in D.C. and in Alexandria. All right, we're back in action. That was a long time out. God bless. All right, Tennessee comes out and they complete a pass for 5 yards to Ketzelman. Angel inside the comment box told you to watch 87, and it's going to be a 4th down. It's going to be a 4th and 2. It'd be interesting to see what they do here. Alabama takes a timeout. We going to go to a commercial again? Oh, my goodness. No, it's not like a fancy cigar by any means. I think it's only like $9 or something like that. Cigars are getting more expensive anyways. But it's nothing like on like the top shelf end or whatever. But the Java is a good one. They're definitely going for it. What's up, Fat? I appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here, bro. Yeah, if you're there, it's kind of like when you walk in, you'll see a glass box with some front cigars. Check them out for sure. All right, let's see what happens right here. Yeah, Yanzi Pierre's a monster, right? He's definitely like one of the MVP. If not, he's probably the MVP. Him and Ryan Williams are definitely my MVPs right now of this game. All right, 4th and 2, got to get a stop. Tennessee definitely going for it. Huge play right here. Let's see if the defense can come up in a game-changing moment. He was hit by somebody. Was he hit by Yanzi back there? That was a 1st down, but wait, let's rewind the tape. Was that the pressure coming from Yanzi on the outside? Oh, no, it was Deontay Lawson. Man, Lawson was flying in there, man. Man, he was just a second. God, just that much. Big conversion by Tennessee, man. That was huge. They're putting 9 seconds on the clock? Why? Yanzi Pierre, by the way, has 4 tackles, 2.5 sacks. That's crazy. Aguilar back to pass, and it's going to be broken up by Red Morgan. You know what? Red Morgan, he's been playing. I seen Red Morgan. Is it me, or am I also seeing Red Morgan seems like he's playing fast? That's a great play right there, Red. He's playing like scrappy. Look. Number 16, I see you. He came up really fast on a play and made a tackle. 16's been playing well. Hey, Damon, thank you, bro. Bama boy. You've seen that too, right? 16's been there. 2nd and 10. Aguilar on the handoff. Goes nowhere. Good defense. 3rd down. Peasy. I agree, bro. 3rd and 9. This is coming to you from Bama fan. All right. Hard find. What's up, man? Arkansas giving everybody help. Dude, for real. Who's even coaching that team? I'm dead serious. Who's the interim coach out there? You know, look, I like Sam Pittman as a coach. He didn't get the job done, but now Arkansas is playing like inspired football. 3rd and 9. Send some pressure. Here comes Yanzi Pierre. Aguilar. He's running. He's going to get the first. Did he get it? It's going to be 4th and 1. He was just, is he 1 yard short? It looked like he was going to get it. You don't want to get hit again. Oh, my God. If he changes his trajectory just a little bit more, he's got it. Oh, man. PZ saying Arkansas is a good game. Yeah, Kangaroo Black's good people for sure. Yeah, I mean, look, there is so many great content creators now. It's wild. I mean, the amount of people that, you know, have been in this space, that live in this space, right? I mean, you have YouTube has become like the new platform for everybody. And it's amazing to see big, small content creators, you know, different people doing different things. It's great. There's a lot of very talented people for sure. That's why I always tell you, like, you know, I'm never mad if you check out other people's content. I mean, that's just how it is. There's a lot of good stuff out there for sure. I guess they're reviewing it. It looked like he was short. What else is there to see? There's the 1st down line. He goes out of bounds. He wasn't towards it. It's 4th and short. You know what, Tweet Johns? Turner, Yanzi Pierre does play like Dallas Turner. Thank you. I was wondering. I was like, who is he playing like? He plays like Dallas Turner. That's who he plays like. Thank you, bro. I was wondering. I was like, he's playing like someone, but who is it? It's Dallas Turner. And that's a hell of a comparison because we love Dallas Turner. Yeah, what's up, Still? I appreciate it, man. Yeah. Chili Davis, what's good, dog? I love that name, Chili Davis. You know what I want is I want to, and I'm sounding unhealthy tonight, but it's Saturday. Put my hair down. I want low-key a chili cheese coney. I'm sorry. That sounds good to me right now. I'm not going to have one right now. Even though Sonic carried us through the whole summertime. Damn. All right. So 4th and 1. What do these guys do? They're going for it again, right? They have to. This drive is 10 plays, 57 yards. Fourth and 1. They got the first, but Yanzi Pierre almost got a fumble. This dude is playing. You know what? There's 33 seconds left. One of the reasons I don't like playing Madden is when those players get like hyped up and they make just like ridiculous plays. That's who Yanzi Pierre is playing like. He's like unstoppable. So it's another timeout. All right. Okay, you guys make the decision. What do you guys want to know? You guys want a story about life? You guys want to go national scoreboard? Because during halftime, I'm going to show you the scoreboard, the stats. What y'all want to hear? When you do this like live, you have to be ready to go because you have so many timeouts. So how I don't have like notes or anything like that. I just ad-lib literally everything. Chili Davis points out losing time of possession. I know, 100%. This is the one thing. Well, right now, Alabama has 13:52 and Tennessee has 12:03. So it's very tight. This is the only, and that's, see, Josh Heupel knows this. He's got to be able to keep Alabama's offense on. It's a very interesting stat line to follow. And again, if you're on YouTube TV, you got to click default, not decreased. Joey Aguilar back to pass, and he overthrows Brazel. And it's going to be, what, 2nd and 10. So as you can see, it seemed like I think there's still some people that are ahead of me on the broadcast, but I think I'm a little bit more up to your speed. So you got to click the 3 little dots and click default. But if you click decrease, YouTube TV puts you like as much as 15 seconds behind, so you don't have a buffer. So if you don't have a fast internet, that's kind of their idea. 2nd and 10 for Tennessee. Little handoff up the middle. Big boy's going to get about 8 or so. Gain of 9, so it's going to be 3rd and 1. There's 24 seconds. Tennessee has 2 timeouts. They certainly want to get 7 on the board, right? They're going to go hurry up. It's another handoff up the middle. He's going to hit Bray Hubbard hard, and he's going to be like a first down, maybe, I don't know, 1st and 2 or something like that. All right, so now, I guess it hasn't updated. But I think time of possession will be like exactly the same, which will be interesting at halftime. So over the halftime break, we'll go to the national scores. I'll show you the stats. You know, we'll talk back and forth about some, plays that stood out. Certainly that one right there with Joey Aguilar going down and throwing the ball out with the intentional grounding, which resulted to a safety, right, which kind of gave Alabama some insurance points, right? Time possession, Neil, is it hasn't fully updated on this side, but Alabama 13:52 to Tennessee's 12:03. So it's about a minute difference. Alabama still has the edge, and as you can see, still has the lead overall, but it's very tight this game. By the way, this drive, 13 plays, 73 yards, 352. Tennessee, see how many timeouts they have. They have 1 timeout left. It's 1st and goal. 13 seconds left. They're not going to get it. They're going to get to like the 1. Last timeout for Bobby Hill. I've seen those comparisons made. Somebody said that on the Facebook channel. I thought it was hilarious. I love jokes like that. Man, good stop. Look at big Tim Keenan, man. It's like trying to get past 2 refrigerators. He's short. 2nd and goal, 9 seconds left. Second and goal. I guess right here, you're obviously going for, a touchdown. But I guess the thought process for me, if I was an offensive coordinator, is I might spread them out a little bit more, look for a crossing route, and allow my quarterback to run. So I'm basically calling kind of 2 plays. And if I can't see that, then I'm dumping it, and then I have another play to kick a field goal, right? But I like crossing patterns right in here. A slant and maybe something kind of out. It's almost like a legal pick in a way. But it looks like they're kind of in a bunch, which kind of tells me that they're trying to pound. They won't get this. Bama's too big up here. What is this? It's another timeout. Woo. All right. And we got 9 seconds. Nine seconds before halftime. I think this has been an entertaining game. And I think despite Tennessee, I don't know what the second half. I mean, Alabama's clearly won, the second quarter as well, but it's been tight. By the way, Arch Manning in that Texas game, 7 of 15 for only 70 yards. All right, here we go. It's been a long drive. All right, here we go. Tennessee. Back to pass. Aguilar. It's going to be picked off. Picked off. Here we go. It is Xavier Brown who's going to get a pick six. He's going to go 100 yards. Oh, my God. That was it. We are calling for the pick six, and there it is. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Pick six. How far are they going to credit that? Was that 99 yards? Oh, my goodness. Yo, that was crazy. The worst thing that could have happened. If you're a Tennessee fan, you can't believe it. You have no idea what just happened. And Xavier Brown just took it back. Was that 100 yards? Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. Tennessee, shocked. I'm going to have to do a video right here. You're going to see it live right here. Oh, my goodness. That was crazy. All right. Let's do a video together, live. That was crazy. Post pick six inside the comment box as many times as possible. To end the half, it is Bama 23, Tennessee 7. Wow. How far was that? Okay, here they're going to show me real quick. What a stupid play. Great play. Yeah, that was 100 yards. That's what we're saying. 100 yards. All right, so here it is. You won't hear the audio for just a second. 3, 2, 1. It's 99. I'm going to say 100. Yo, fam, did you see this? A pick six before halftime. All right, a pick six. It is Xavier Brown who goes 100 yards, and Alabama leads Tennessee at the half 23-7. Big-time players rise up in big-time games. Yonze Pierre has been playing out of his mind. This Alabama defense coming up with some big plays in the first half. How about Ty Simpson? 11 of 16, 162. But to end half like that, absolutely crazy. Give a roll tide inside the comment box. Wow, that was crazy. I'm going to have to get that up real quick, and then we'll do the halftime break. Yo, that was wild. Xavier Brown. Look at the offensive coordinator. Oh, my God. That's crazy. Oh, my God. And what was crazy is the drive was going so long. They thought, huh? Oh, man. That was crazy. All right, we're going to do the halftime report. Let me put this video up. And that was the dopest thing. We've been calling, fam. We've been calling for a pick six, right? All right, let me finish. Wow. That was crazy. Pick six. That was crazy. Kill tag, man. Taking care of the family. I appreciate it. You guys take care of each other real quick. Let me get this up. Xavier Brown returns interception. 90, well, let's say 100 yards. That was the craziest thing, man. All right. Oh, man. Oh, that was crazy. All right, so here we go. 23-7 is the halftime score. And I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for kicking with me for the halftime break. We'll go look at the scores, and I think a good place to start, right? We'll just do kind of the comparison real fast and kind of go side by side. We'll start with Alabama first on the offensive side, and then we'll hype up the defense because, look, the defense, the plays that they've made, absolutely outstanding. I mean, I'm going to even write the INT by ZB. Man, that was crazy. This is probably the best play that's happened today in college football. So getting to Alabama's quarterback, right? You got Ty Simpson, 11 of 16 passing, 162, 1 touchdown. And I think what we've seen from Ty once again is, he's been very accurate. He's connected with Ryan Williams, kind of found that chemistry again, and you kind of love to see it, right? 162, 69% completion percentage. Alabama hasn't been able to run the ball that effectively. And if you've super chatted, I'll get to you guys in just a second. Let me get my halftime wrap up. And I don't know why, if you're kind of like nitpicking on this team or whatever, they haven't been able to really establish a strong running game. And I kind of say that in two ways, because they did run the ball against Missouri. They did run the ball against Vanderbilt. But against Tennessee, they haven't run the ball in the first half. In fact, the leading rusher, as you could see, is Ryan Williams off a reverse pass, or off a reverse, rather. Ryan Williams has caught some beautiful passes and showed his hands, right? Like would you agree with me on two right here? Each of these 3 receptions for 64 yards has been like a pass where an elite wide receiver could make that catch. Like, they just haven't been like thrown to you. Like, he's made, all of them were like ridiculous. You're like, wow, oh my goodness. Lazier Brooks, 3 for 39. Good to see number 17 continue to be involved. Jeremy Bernard has 2 for 34. Josh Cuevas, 1 for 18 on a pivotal 3rd down and 9 at the beginning of the game for Alabama to really continue that big scoring drive. When you look to Tennessee, look, Joey Aguilar, 14 to 21, 135 yards, 1 touchdown, and then that very, very costly interception. Now, before that interception, he was actually called for a safety, right? And I think that was in large part because of Yanzi Pierre. He pushed back that tackle. He tripped on his offensive tackle, threw it. Intentional grounding led to a safety. And then, man, Tennessee had one hell of a drive. They were driving the football down. It was a long drive. It was like 15, plays or whatever, 6 minutes. They get to the 1 yard line. And then he throws probably one of the game-changing plays of this whole game. Throws a pick 6 right before half. And it goes 100 yards, 98, whatever. I'm going to call it 100 yards for the rest of my life, okay? Let's all say it was 100. It was. His foot was literally just at the end zone. It was 100 yards. Don't argue with me on that. It was 100. And look, he's been able. Look, Joey Aguilar has found his targets, right? 14, 5 for 54. Brazel, they're really good. Wide receiver has 3 for 36. So their guys have been catching passes, but Alabama's been able to make plays. But I want to highlight the defense, okay? And when you look to kind of the defensive stats, and then I'll go full screen on the team stats. Xavier Brown right here playing at a very high level, that 100-yard pick 6. He also has 5 tackles, 2 of them for solos. But I want to highlight number 42 right here. And before Xavier Brown had that 100-yard return, my real through 2 quarters, my MVP is honestly 42. This guy might be the SEC player of the week, okay? The way that he's been playing is absolutely amazing, okay? And he's playing at an elite level. He has 2.5 sacks. He has 5 total tackles. And you know what? Deontay Lawson's playing really well, too. So 0, this guy's playing well. I've seen Bray Hubbard. The defense overall playing really good football. To hold Tennessee, what was Tennessee? The number 5 offense in the country, right? Say it with me here. Tennessee is what? Number 5 in the country offense. To hold them to 7 at halftime, again, says a lot about Alabama's defense. Now, we go to the comparison, and we'll look over here. Actually, let me do this. Go here. We'll look at the team statistics over here on the right. Tennessee has yards, 173 yards. That was a long drive that they had. It was a turnover that changed kind of the tide right before half. I mean, if Tennessee scored, we probably go into the half. They were going to score. It was going to be 16 to 14. And Alabama gets the ball again, right? So they've gotten theirs. It's just Alabama's defense has made plays on 3rd downs and then that pick 6. Rushing yards, Alabama only has 26. Penalties, Tennessee's had quite a bit of penalties, right? 6 for 29. One of Alabama's penalties helped Tennessee kind of extend that drive when James Smith kind of fell on Joey Aguilar. Tennessee does have 10 first downs. Alabama only has 9. Tennessee's 4 of 9 on 3rd downs. Alabama 2 of 4. Total plays, Tennessee has a lot of plays. Yards per completion, 9.6. Alabama 14.7. And then right here, the number that we always talk about, right, is time of possession. Now, usually, Bama's winning this one, and this is a number that I always talk about, but it's 16:08 to 13:52. Now, this is an interesting one because Tennessee, I think, the way that they had scripted this is, hey, we win time of possession, we have a shot at this. And really they did, but the big kicker here is right underneath it is the turnovers, right? Alabama 0 turnovers, Tennessee 1 turnover. And that really, so it was like Tennessee built up like this tower, right? And then it was completely knocked down. So all that time possession, all for nothing, as you get 0 points on that. So that right there, I mean, yeah, great job winning the time possession in the first half against Alabama, because that's, kind of the secret sauce. But the other thing is Alabama is so good at turnovers, right? What are they? Top 5 in they're top 5 in time possession and top 5 in turnovers. So that's huge. Alabama has 3 sacks on Aguilar, and that's kind of the difference. But look at this last play, fam. This is what Tennessee was doing. 15 plays. That's an impressive drive. 15 plays, 74 yards, all for that to go the opposite way for a touchdown, right? Crazy, 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 man. One of the best plays that we've seen, and we hadn't seen a big play from that was our first pick 6, right, this year? All right, let's go to the national scoreboard. Man, that was crazy. Wow, wild, wild, wild. I'm so glad I was able to see that. Right? That's kind of one of those moments in time that you're like, what just happened? And you're just, and the thing is, if you saw that live, if we're all watching that together, we'll talk about that for the rest of our lives. I mean, it's the 3rd weekend of October, like those big time plays. And unfortunately, you'll remember how Yanzi played, right? He'll be player of the week and stuff like that, and we'll remember it. But that type of play that Xavier Brown played will be remembered for the rest of our lives in terms of when we think back to the 3rd October. That's how big that play will be. That's like, after Krispy Kreme, the drawing, the painting by Daniel Moore, a 99-yard, 100-yard pick 6 is going to be, up there. So, by the way, if you want to become a fan funder, there's a link down below. And then following this stream, we're going to have our post-game reaction stream. So we'll post that inside the comment boxes, a bunch of times before it ends. All right. So we'll look at the national scoreboard. Here are some games that are currently taking place right now, right? 3rd Saturday of October. What's up, Nick? Good to see you, bro. Appreciate it, man. You're going to get me into racing. I know you are, dude. This coming spring, we're going to do Kyle. We're going to do Kyle fishing, Kyle racing, Kyle hunting, right? All like the Alabama stuff. Kyle versus boiled peanuts. We'll do like a Kyle versus deal. All right. Okay, Oregon doing work on Rutgers. All right, sorry, Chris, out in New Jersey, but I know you're a Bama fan now. So Washington State still beating Virginia by a score of 20-17. You have Texas, who has just kicked a field goal, and they are leading Kentucky by a score of 10-3. What a weird score. Over here in Tuscaloosa, you have Alabama up on Tennessee by a score of 23-7, and you have Notre Dame and USC at halftime tied 14-13, right? So that is an interesting game on NBC, or if you have Peacock. Who has Peacock? Y'all watching, I know, like, this is a new thing. Every single service has, like, a different thing, right? Hulu, Peacock, Amazon. Remember when we just used to have, like, satellite? My dad had a literal satellite outside of the house. It was crazy. It was like a big satellite. Remember this? And it had like 800 channels. Now it's just and we were paying a lot. And then I had DirecTV. Remember this? Then you try to cancel with them, and then now it's just crazy. There's so many things. South Florida beating Florida Atlantic by a score of 21-6. Missouri up on Auburn 10-7. We knew that game would be tight. BYU beating Utah by a field goal, 10-7. And Oklahoma State is trailing Cincinnati by a score of 28-10 at halftime. Earlier finals from today, you have Texas A&M, who edged out Arkansas. It's the second time in a week that Arkansas has lost by just 3 points, right? Last week, they only lost to Tennessee by 3 points. And now they lose to A&M. The SEC, it's Trapville. All these teams can beat you. That's why you got to have a head on a swivel, 100%. So A&M is now 7-0 on the season. 7-0 and 4-0 in SEC play, right? Alabama wins this game, they will be 4-0 in SEC play. So the two top teams at the top of the SEC, if Alabama can hang on, and finish out this game against Tennessee, it'd be Texas A&M and Bama, right? Up at the top. As mentioned, Ohio State was able to beat Wisconsin. Former Alabama quarterback Julian Sain, 36 of 42, nearly 400 yards, right? 4 touchdowns. Indiana, who is now ranked number 2, I would imagine, right? I'm going to put Bama up there in my rankings. We'll talk rankings tomorrow, of course, but I just think that, and here I go again on like this Indiana stuff. Look, I do think that Indiana is a good football team, okay? I went up, there's a lot to talk about with Indiana right now. So I'll kind of save it for the ranking show. And I get it. Fernando Mendoza is a good quarterback. I just kind of argue, my argument is this. Look, and here I go, okay? I could bring it up to you, okay? You guys know Alabama's schedule, right? This is the 4th consecutive top 25 team that they're playing from the SEC. That's crazy, okay? This is Indiana's schedule right here. Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, Indiana State. Those are their first 3, okay? Illinois, come on. When Illinois was ranked 9, why? Stop. Iowa, they beat 20-15. Wow, that was amazing, right? You're able to go to Iowa City and beat Iowa by 5. Wow. Try going to Georgia. Then they went to Oregon. I do like this win. By 10, it's tough, right? You beat Michigan State, and then you're still on easy street the rest of the way. Whatever. All right, we'll talk about Indiana. Their time will come. Ole Miss led this game against Georgia today. Lane Kiffin, Kirby Smart, 2 of our favorite assistant coaches, right? The baby coaches, as Miss Terry refers to them, right? And Georgia's able to come back, score 17 points. Yo, Georgia just never stops. This team isn't dead until they're dead. 43-35. So Georgia now 6-1, 4-1 in SEC play. Hell of a win, holding off Ole Miss, right? Texas Tech, another top 10 team that lost. They scored 15 in the 4th quarter. They weren't able to win against Arizona State 26-22. By the way, if you're just joining us, the score of the Bama game is 23-7. We are at halftime. 23-7 at halftime, following a Xavier Brown pick 6. That was 99 yards, all right? You have Vanderbilt, who beat LSU. In a game, we knew that Vanderbilt would come with it. Now, Vanderbilt is up there as well, right? They're 2-1 in SEC play and 6-1 overall. LSU drops to 2-2. You have Georgia Tech now 7-0 on the season. Another former Nick Saban assistant, right? They're 7-0 and 4-0 in ACC play. Kind of the top in ACC play. I don't even know, and we'll talk about this tomorrow, and I know someone said Rat Poison rankings. Of course, I agree, but we talk about them on Sunday. But you got to wonder, man, Miami with the ACC standings, shoot. I don't know. Since they beat Notre Dame hates that loss because Miami, they want to win out and try to get in the play anyways. Georgia Tech beats Duke in a game where Duke was actually favored. Kyle says inside the comment box, that was one of the best plays ever. That was crazy, right? Oklahoma, now 2-1 in the SEC. Everybody's like 2-1 or 5-1 in the SEC. It's wild. They beat South Carolina by a score of 26-7. And then how about Alex Mortensen, who also used to coach here at Bama? Crazy. Beat Memphis by a score of 31-24, which is great because that hands Memphis a loss. It's probably good for a team like South Florida. Friday night, you saw Louisville take the slugger and take it to Miami, right? 24-21. In a game where Carson Beck threw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Threw 5 interceptions. I know it was officially 4, but you know what I'm talking about. He threw 5. And then how about Nebraska? Man, I don't know if Matt Rule has his bags packed to Penn State or whatever, but they lost to Minnesota by a score of 24-10. 20-6. Okay, so that's kind of your college football wrap. And as we get back to things here in Tuscaloosa, it's looking promising right now. A long way to go, clearly, but I think things that stand out to me are the play of Yanzi Pierre, that beautiful 100-yard return, and the fact that Ty Simpson has once again continued to be really efficient. Ryan Williams, he's definitely come alive in this game again. I told you, he's one play away from doing something crazy. And I think just overall, look, the game is not over. Tennessee comes back or whatever. I mean, we've all watched things happen before. But I think what we continue to see, just if we look quarter by quarter, game by game, and I want to ask you inside the comment box, is Alabama getting better every single quarter that you see them play? Or are they getting worse? Because you're only getting better or worse at things in life. So is Alabama football getting better or worse? Better, right? Type B for better. So I think collectively, if we just look at the team that's in front of us, and I get it, we can look at college football when we zoom out and look at all the other teams, but if we just hyper-focus on Alabama, we honestly know that this team in our heart is getting better. So we like where things stand. A lot of football left. Tennessee certainly not done. And Robert's asking inside the comment box, do we miss a PAT? No. It was interesting. I'll show the box score real quick so you guys can see how we got to this point in time. But actually, Alabama was able to get a safety. Okay, so let's zoom out on the screen, and we'll go to the scoring drive right here. And this is how we got here. I'll go full screen in case you can't see it. So Alabama went up in the first quarter. Let's see if I can get this zoomed out. Alabama drives down the field. It was an 11-play, 91-yard scoring drive. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. 6 minutes and 2 seconds, and it was capped off by Isaiah Horton catching a touchdown pass from Ty Simpson, right? Tennessee fires back on a 10-play, 78-yard scoring drive, right? When Staley caught a touchdown pass to make it 7-7. We're right here, okay? We went down, and this is kind of, this is one of the marquee plays of this game. There was two of them so far, and they each happened when Joey Aguilar was on the field. So he got pushed back by Yanzi Pierre, actually throws it into the turf, shadow of his own end zone. They call it a safety. Alabama goes up over here 9-7, right? With me over here? Alabama then puts together a 7-play, 69-yard drive, 3:16 to go up 16-7. And then Tennessee had put together this ridiculous drive, okay? I mean, it was amazing. It was impressive. I think we can still see it maybe down here. This was the drive. Look at this, fam. So it was, at this time, it was 16-7. Bama's winning, right? They get the ball right here. We're about to kick off again here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Alabama gets the ball. It was 15 plays, 74 yards. They were right. They were like on the 2-yard line, about to punch it in. There was 9 seconds left. Aguilar throws it, and it's intercepted, and it's taken back 100 yards by Xavier Brown. And that's how we got to 23-7. It was the craziest thing. It was a hell of a half. There was a lot going on. Tennessee had the momentum for just a little bit. But here we stand, 23-7. I hope you guys like the halftime report. Tennessee kicks off, and away we go. 30 minutes of football coming your way. I think there was some super chats that I'd like to get to. We have Kiltack gave 10 Bama football Fan Funder gift memberships. Very generous of you, Kiltack. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you supporting the product inside the comment box and supporting me right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I think there was another super chat that came rolling in. A lot of them were coming in when Xavier Brown. Man, look at the coach. That is the funniest thing I've ever seen. The offensive coordinator. Did you see this? Oh, my God. There was another super chat. I'm sorry. If I didn't highlight you, I apologize. We were rolling at the halftime break. So thank you so much of your support of the channel. And away we go. Oh, we got Dan. All right. Dan Carraway. What's up, dog? Good to see you, man. Little handoff by Jam Miller to start the second half. And it is a gain of 2 yards. Oh, man. Woo. That was crazy. What a half. All right, let's see. Alabama comes out. It's going to be another handoff. Jam takes it way out. I don't like that. And it's going to be third down. It's kind of similar to a series that Bama had a little while ago, right? So it's going to be a 3rd down and 13. Oh, man, that's crazy. Just that play, just looking at I'm still not over that pick 6. Jeez, I need to get past it. All right, 3rd and 13. I don't like these first 2 play calls by the offense, but here comes Ty. Have confidence in him. Michael Carroll with some good protection. Ty's going to run, and he's going to pick up, I don't know, 7. So Ty Simpson at 7 yards, and they're going to go 3 and out and punt away. You know, they really haven't been able to run the football, right? Let me ask you, you offensive-minded family, okay? And this has been a common theme, honestly. And with that said, you know, you've seen Jam go for over 100 yards one time. Why do you think Alabama doesn't have a better running game? Is it kind of Tennessee's defense? Is it the offensive play calling? It'd be really interesting to hear like a high-powered offensive mind kind of give their thoughts. By the way, Red Morgan starting at Husky in place of Deshaun Jones. Those are some weird play calls too, I have to say. Oh, all right, here we go. I don't like that because you kind of come out and you don't lose momentum, but it's like that we're kind of deflating opening drive. Comes Tennessee. A gain of, I don't know, let's call it 8. Let's see what the feedback is inside the comment box. How far was that punt? It was a 39-yard punt. Kentucky is now tied with Texas 10-10. Oh, my goodness. That is crazy. What's up, Kerry? Thanks for the update. Yeah, I didn't like that series. All right, Aguilar back to pass, has good protection. He finds an open wide receiver, and it's going to be a first down. First and 10 for the Vols. And Aguilar is going to be wrapped up in the backfield. This time it is James Smith. Here comes Tennessee in shotgun formation. Can't allow a chunk yardage play. Here comes a running back, makes Deontay Lawson, puts him on skates. Here comes Tennessee, another guy put on skates. That was Dejon Lee, and Tennessee gets in. Oh, my goodness. Despicable. A 44-yard touchdown run. Man, thank goodness you got that pick 6. Otherwise, Tennessee be leading this football game. 44-yard touchdown run for Deshaun Bishop. And just like that, it is now 23-13 pending the PAT. Wow. Okay, well, thank goodness you had the pick 6 and the, grounding, which turned into a safety. But you're going to, and that, I think, when we think about Alabama's defense, you kind of look at the highs and the lows. They're going for 2 here, by the way. But every single game this year, there has been like a gash, right? That is the type of gash that you can't do. The defense, don't even rewind that. Picked off. The 2-point conversion is picked off by Dejon Lee, and Dejon Lee's off to the races, and he gets wrapped up. It is 23-13. Man, there's a lot going on. Picked off in the end zone by Dejon Lee. Oh, man. Okay, so This is what I want to see from Alabama's offense, okay? You come out and, start at the 25 or whatever it is. You don't run the ball twice. You haven't been able to run this entire time. How you've been able to move the football in this game is kind of these controlled passes, and then every once in a while you mix it in with a little bit of a run. But this, these first 2 runs are absolutely going nowhere, right? You guys agree? Sound off inside the comment box. You come out and you get something going a little bit with your quarterback. Oh, we're good though. Straight. I mean, it's just we knew Tennessee was going to get it, but I think you gotta go away from what's not working. It's like, don't they always say if you're doing the same thing again and again and getting the same results that you don't want, it's kind of like the sign of insanity. I'm not saying we're at that point right there, but let me ask you: are you going to come out here and run the ball twice? No. You just go back to what has been working. You're up by 10. And you let Ty operate. That's it. Yeah, Bama Bell. I'm 100% with you right there. But we relax, and you're up by 10. Tennessee, they've given Alabama 10 points. Really, what, 9? I'm still not worried. It's just this is where we're at. That was what a crazy play. You should see everybody inside the comment box on this Facebook post that I posted. It's so funny. Rather than people being up, because they're saying, because I posted that video, right? You all saw that, and I say 100 yards, and people are like, "It was 98. It was 98. It wasn't 100. It was 98. It was 100 to me." All right, a play like that, I'm going to give him 2 extra yards. By the way, where he caught his foot, where he caught the pass, literally where he caught the ball, I saw his foot, on the yard line. I saw it. So I know why you get mad. Just be happy. It's crazy, man. It's so funny. The comments, man. Oh, man. So funny. No, I don't think they hit the onsides yet. What's up, Byron? Good to see you, man. See, Steven's actually, it was 99. There you go, Steven. It was 99, but still. I know, but I'm going to keep saying 100. So going forward, don't be mad at me. I'm just going to try to hype it up. That was crazy, man. That was one of the craziest plays I've seen. Thank you. Juan Rogers is hell, it was 100. It was 1,000. There you go. I'm going to start saying it was 1,000-yard return. Man, that was crazy. Woo. But so was that run, man. That run was terrible. And the worst thing was he put 4 Alabama guys on skates. Deontay Lawson got hit hard, and Keon Sapp. Oh, my God. And then look at this. Dejon Lee. Oof. They're not going to like to see that at film. And Tennessee's still winning this time of possession, which doesn't really, it still matters, but because they gave away that turnover and the safety, it's not going to matter as much. There you go. This is the type of stuff that we want to see. That right there. That type of offensive creativity from Grubb, that's what you do. Now, okay, look, it's second down. What is it? It's 2nd and 2. Now I give it to Jam. Right here. The little handoff to Jam. Then it's 3rd and 1. You know what I'm saying? I'm not running the ball on 1st down. There you go. Little handoff. Go upfield, Jam. There's been a couple times where Jam Have you noticed, fam, that Jam kind of runs to the out? He's been running more to the outside, kind of, instead of like straight up, like north and south. And Jam is built for north and south. He's not like an east to west guy. Does that make sense? The east to west guy is Riley. All right, 3rd and 2 for the Tide. Got to get this first down. Shotgun formation. Love to see it. There you go. Love it. Journey Bernard. There you go. Completion. 15 yards. Bernard now with 4 receptions for 57 yards. Ooh, nice route right there. That's an NFL route. Yep. That's an NFL move right there. Get out of bounds, protect yourself. Jerry Bernard is going to make money in the NFL. A lot of it. He's dependable. He's fast. He can be utilized in different areas. Jerm is so good, man. And he gets, even this guy, as good as he is and the things that he does, he's even going to get overshadowed. Just, I don't know, other guys or whatever. But he's good, man. So good. Ty Simpson back to pass. Here comes the pressure. Ooh. That could have been picked. Hey, Tamarcus, what's up, dog? Tamarcus is just throw the ball every play, man. I mean, at this point, the run is going nowhere. Number 13 probably feels like he should have had a pick 6, right? That should have been housed. Tennessee's just unlucky. I think a lot of it is because of the jersey colors. It's just like bad juju. Yeah, no screens, Nil. This team don't like screens. That's where me and Grubb don't really see eye to eye. I do screens right here. I'd even do a screen right there. Little pass across the middle to Ryan Hollywood. Is Hollywood coming out? Don't tell me Hollywood's made of glass. Yep, he's calling the trainer. Is Hollywood, did he go? Why did they review every catch that Ryan's made? Is it because he's dropped so many passes? He got hurt, right? He called for the trainer. Hollywood, 4 for 73. There you go. That's where you hand the ball off. Right there. Exactly. That is a good game plan. Right there. Hit the back of his head, Eric Thomas says. Okay. Ooh. I'm not going to lie. I like me some tea. I don't know if it's because I'm getting a little older or the season's starting to change. But you get me on some of that Lipton. First and 10, 8:03. Ryan Williams back in. Man, he's fast. Ooh, I love this play. Back to pass. There was a screen. Oh, my God. It just got batted down. That was the screen to Jam. Okay, I like that, but we need to be throwing the screen to Riley. These dudes get their hands up, man. They've had a lot of batted balls. The most we've seen. Okay, 2nd and 10, not stressing. Tied, 14 to 21, 194 yards, a touchdown, 67% passing. And let's see what goes on right here. You got 4 wide receivers. One of them is a tight end. Daniel Hill in the game. 4 was wide open. Throws it to 5, and it's incomplete. It's going to be a 3rd and 10. Thanks for kicking it with me tonight. I appreciate you guys, hanging out here. 3rd and 10 for the Tide. Big 3rd down. Here comes the pressure. He's going to be batted. I thought, dude, I swear. What the hell? Was that a live ball? No, stop that. What the hell? What the helly? What the hell? I thought Brailsford was going to catch another pass. What happened? What the hell happened? Look, DeBoer is fired up. Okay, I have no idea what happened. Okay, Simpson's back to pass. Whoa. What was that? Look at Brailsford almost caught another pass, bro. That's an incomplete, right? Ooh, this is some weird something. Okay. What? That's incomplete, right? What? That's an incomplete pass. Come on. Is that an incomplete? Did they review something? Yeah. Okay, so they're calling. Are they reviewing it? That was a weird play. I don't even know what to say. Okay. All right. Don't let them score. Tennessee, throw to the outside, incomplete. Intended for, I don't know who that was for. 2nd and 10. Weird. Okay. That was intended for Matthews. What's up, Jeremy Lowe? Good to see you, dog. You on I'm on 738 on my TV. Low handoff for Tennessee. Another chunk yardage play. No. That was a gain of 18. Oh, my goodness. Bishop now has 87 yards rushing. Another big chunk yardage play. Don't let them score here. Pass to the outside. It's going to be Dejon Lee with the big tackle. That's a freshman. Byron saw a hold. It's going to be a 2nd down and 12 for Tennessee. You came out with momentum. You lost it. Tennessee has some. They had some from that big run. They're getting into scoring territory right now. Bad snap. And it's going to be a 3rd and whatever. Good thing Tennessee, because Tennessee's given a lot of plays to Bama, right? Like this sort of stuff. The pick 6, right? I bet you when Tennessee looks at this game, they probably are like, man, we could have played with these guys. But they're not. I mean, they've really shot themselves in the foot a lot of times against Bama, and that's a sign of a not good football team, right? Aguilar back to pass, going to be incomplete. And it's going to be a 4th and 19. Yeah, the HD antenna, Jeremy, I think is the fastest way to go. A lot of us here on YouTube TV, and I think this might be your first time here, but we get a lot of feedback on that. It's like we see people that are ahead. Some people are behind me. One thing that we found is if you're on YouTube TV, you can click default, and it kind of helps you a little bit. But I think like the old school way is probably the best, like the HD antenna. I love that, by the way. That's what's up. At least you got a good stop right here. So it's 23-13. You have Alabama coming out. It's kind of been a weird series, right? What's up, Alyssa? Good to see you inside the comment box. What you guys think right here? You guys think Alabama puts it in the end zone right here? I think when you kind of look at the stats, I'll show you guys the stats on the other side real quick. It's just been interesting to continue to see the fact that Alabama's running game. I mean, look at this. I mean, Tennessee clearly has done a good job stopping, but it just seems like Alabama can't run the football. I mean, look at Jam Miller right here, right? 10 rushes for 7 yards. Ty Simpson, 2 attempts for 7. Cherry Bernard, 1 for 5. Riley, 2 for -2. Ryan Williams, that reverse that they ran in the first quarter was the most yards they have so far, right? Ty Simpson on the day, 14-22, 194. Other side, Joey Aguilar, 16-25, 145. Bishop, I mean, he had that big one for 44. Now he has 87 yards in this game. And you have Staley, 7 for 64 with a touchdown, leading Tennessee in terms of receiving. We looked at that fun number time of possession. You see it's really tight. Tennessee right here, 1938, Alabama 1931. This is the closest that we've had since week 1 when Florida State was able to beat Alabama. Other than that, Alabama's controlled it, as I talk about often. You look at the turnovers right here. They each have a turnover now. Tennessee, you know, with a 1,000-yard interception return by Xavier Brown. And then the fumble right there by Ty Simpson, which was weird. That was a weird play. Yeah, you got to go to default for sure. Yeah, Prof. What's up, man? Anybody have an update on that Texas Kentucky game? Oh wow, mine switched. Yeah, you know what? I think mine somehow switched to decreased. That's why I think I might have been a little bit even more behind on that last one. I click default. Let's see what happens. What's up, Quinn? Good to see you, dog. Yeah, if you're on YouTube TV, you got to make sure you're on default. Oh, it's 10:10. You know what? J Mac brings up a really interesting point, man. What's up, J Mac? Good to see you, bro. Says it was, you know, the second half kind of seems like they don't have the best offensive play calling in the second half, but they do really well in the first half, right? Jeff Merriman, that's what I was just trying to say. All right, Fromm has it 10-10. Chili Davis says, I'm scared. Alabama literally at the 1. And they're in shotgun. Okay, let's see how this goes. Okay, 99 yards. All right, they already did 99 yards. Man in motion, that's Lottie Brooks. This team is so good. Watch this. Ty Simpson back to pass. Ryan Williams, see ya, 14 yards. This is about to be a 99-yard scoring drive. Oh, Chili Davis, you're good, dog. You're good. You got Hollywood's about to rip one off, I bet you. Jam Miller is going to pick up 6 yards. Wow, that's like the most yards he's had. That's like his longest run, right? 6 yards so far. Jam Miller now has 12 carries for 13 yards. 23-13. That was a nice run by Jam, right? Yeah, longest run of the night, Max. Another little handoff to Jam. Neil says if we could do that, Kyle, we take out their heart 100%. Hollywood balling tonight. Yeah, dude, Hollywood has had a good night. 5 catches, 87 yards. Jeremy Bernard, 4 for 57. Quiet night for Isaiah Horton so far. 1 catch for 2 yards. Third and 2. Someone's calling for the Vape Snakes, calling for Proctor, the crispy formation. Hey, Ross him up, man. Breakfast Club for Bama Football. I love it, dog. They're calling call a timeout. Ooh, I don't like that. And by the way, so another thing, if you have YouTube TV, because you got to make sure and click the 3 buttons that say default, okay? And be warned, it can change on its own, because I did the broadcast delay and my TV got switched to decrease. So if a little while ago I was like super behind, somehow my TV I think YouTube TV just changed it. But we're back on another commercial. Let's go back to the national scoreboard and see where we're at. I feel bad for Jeremy. I think that was his first time here, and he caught us on a lag. Jeremy, come back, dog. He was pissed. It was like, you're like 10 plays behind. All right, Texas and Kentucky, it's tied 10-10. Oh, my God, bro. What's going on? All right, Notre Dame, USC. All right, Notre Dame up by 3. USC might need a tush push to win that one. South Florida, Alex Gollish. Why doesn't Penn State give this guy an opportunity? He's a good coach. Missouri and Auburn, they're tied. They're tied. Missouri's up by 3. Close game, though. Shoot. And BYU is up by 3 on Utah. Oklahoma State trailing Cincinnati. And the early finals today. We've went over those a couple different times. Hunter, what's up? Hunter says, let's go, D-Hill. He's calling for 4 to get some carries. Albert says that he's ashamed, straight up, of the run. Yeah, I mean, it's not the most impressive. I mean, remember at the beginning of the season when we were talking, and I was like, do you think Alabama will have a 1,000-yard running back? And it's like, now do you think somebody will run for like 600? Rough 'em up Ross asked about tequila or bourbon. Well, for me, I don't drink like on game days, and that's why I work, right? And then Sunday, it's Sunday. But I do like a marg. I really like a marg, but I love an old fashioned, so I can go either way. But I like to be like completely like fresh, when I'm working. You guys are hilarious inside the comment box. Running backs have no burst. Derek, what's up, man? Yeah, Riley hasn't really had, many opportunities tonight. He's been, he goes down sometimes after one contact. Jam has kind of been running east to west instead of north to south. Daniel Hill hasn't gotten opportunities. I think you just have to be happy that Tennessee's given Alabama so many. They've kind of shot themselves in the foot a variety of times, right? And Richard Young, man, he's just not going to play. Like, that's other backs have passed him. This is my cigar. I get the Java. I've showed this a couple times. I get the Java Mint. All right, 23-13, 3rd and 2. Nice little pass right there to Josh Cuevas. Man, Josh Cuevas has been so good. That's a gain of 15. Man, they switch out a lot of offensive linemen on this team. Now you got Formby, Jaden Roberts, Hey, there you go, Jaden Roberts. Jaden Roberts, by the way, 77. Nice pass, Ty. Simpson now 223 yards. Aguilar only 145. Who are they looking at? Oh, my God. This dude, man. Jaden Roberts is hurt again? Jeez, bro. This guy, man, unfortunately, he has just been hurt all season. What the hell are they doing? What? Jerry Bernard catches a pass. I mean, it turns into a positive. It was almost a hella negative. Man, this guy loves the gadgetry, bro. Thank God Bernard turned that in. That was almost ugly. I ain't like that. What was that, man? He was going to throw it back to who? Yo, crazy. Alabama's, not only are they good, but they're lucky too. That was a weird play. Dude, there's a gadget play every 10 plays from Grubb. Most of them work out. You know, a few of them don't. It's just that guy loves gadgets, bro. Sound diva. I guess it kind of worked, right? Just like, oh, there you go. That's the screen I'm talking about. Right there. Do that again and again. Yeah, yes. There you go. Yeah. That's the only kind of gadget that I want to do. That screen that they did right there, that you could do that. If they add that to their arsenal, that was impressive. Do that again. That's how, I'm telling you, that will kill. That was nice. That could be like a gadget. Do a screen. Call that a gadget. But that other thing was weird. It turned out well because Bernard's such a beast. Man, I love that screen to Daniel Hill. He was eating. Oh, here we go, Daniel Hill. Boom, bing, pow. God, he's a big dude. Okay, this drive is 7 plays, 71. It's kind of been like a tussle for time of possession, to be honest. I'm not mad. Look, Daniel Hill probably looks like the best back tonight. Thumbs up on 4. Do you agree with me on that? Does Daniel Hill look like the best back right now of just from what we've seen? It seems like it to me. It seems kind of like he has a high hand. Keep in 4. Keep 4 in. That's it. What? Come on. These damn gadget plays, man. But look at Bernard, man. This dude is a monster. That worked out. Okay. Jerry Bernard's on fire. Man, he's so good. I actually kind of like this play. I kind of like that one. Oh, man. Type in the germ emoji. And, oh, look, that's a freshman out there blocking. Bernard is like Deebo Samuel when Deebo was fresh. Right? When Deebo was younger, that's exactly what Germ's going to be. I hope the Niners draft him. No, I don't. I take that back. I don't want to wish that on Germ. Because if you go to the Niners, you miss your first season with like an ACL. Man, Jerry Bernard is nasty, bro. He's had some plays this drive that are just outstanding. Those type of plays stand out in the NFL. You know what I'm saying? You imagine being an NFL scout and just being like writing reports about Jerry Bernard? Put one in the end zone. Yeah, look at all these places he's been. Yeah, a lot of people forgot that Jerry Bernard was in at Michigan State, right? That picture of the offensive coordinator for Tennessee just it's hilarious. We're almost through the third quarter. Hey, following this stream, I'll start a new stream. I'll post that link inside the comment box a bunch of times before we bounce out. That'll be my post-game reaction stream. We'll start a new stream, so be sure and jump in there. Hey, Alex, 1738 says, I'm about to crash out with this damn weather thing. Be safe, bro. No crash outs. All right, let's see. Bama. Here comes Ty Simpson. It's going to be a pass out to Rico Scott. Rico Scott gets into the end zone. It's a touchdown, Alabama. It was a 9-play, 99-yard scoring drive. Oh, my goodness. We told you they're going to go 99. 9 plays, 99 yards. Last 5 minutes and 26 seconds. Ty Simpson to Rico Scott. Ty Simpson, 18 to 26 in the game, 250 yards. Rico Scott gets his first touchdown, and he has 2 on the game. That is, Ty Simpson has 2 passing touchdowns. Man, on that drive, man, look at the Tennessee fans. There's nothing funnier than those sad Tennessee fans. I don't know why. I think it's the orange. It was 9 plays, 99 yards. Ty was 4 of 4 passing for 56 yards, rushing 5 for 48. You know what I'm going to write down? I'm going to write down Germ on that one and just making plays, right? Germ plays, playmaker. Because I felt like there was a kind of recapping that. And I want to highlight number 4 too. 4 at running back. Because I felt like there was that first gadget play where it looked like Jeremy was going to throw it or something like that. It seemed like it was a busted gadget play that Germ turned into a long, I don't know, whatever that was a run, I guess. It had to be because Jeremy Bernard now has 3 rushes for 40 yards. Yeah, it was an 18-yard run that he turned into. And then that other, kind of little pass that they threw to him, and he turned it into, chunk yardage. So Jeremy Bernard on that drive was extraordinary. That's a playmaker. So you look to Jeremy Bernard in this game. This is wild. 3 rushes for 40 yards, the way that he's been utilized. And he has 4 receptions for 57 yards. So, 97 total yards in this game by Jeremy Bernard in a variety of ways. And I will say this. Look, I'm not a big gadget guy, but the way that they utilize Jeremy Bernard, I'm not mad about it because, and Ryan Grubb has talked about this before, is they have a lot of confidence and trust into somebody like that. He's been doing a great job. And I love that they end it with a touchdown to Rico Scott, getting him some love. Liquid Snake, what's up, man? And Auburn is now taking the lead on Missouri. I knew they would. I'm not surprised by that. We'll let's see if we can pull up the scoreboard. So Texas is tied with Kentucky. And then Notre Dame still up on top on USC. And Auburn is now leading Missouri in a game that I kind of expected it to go like that. With still a lot of time left. 14-10. Here comes Tennessee. Little dump out to the outside. It's going to be a gain of, 4 yards. Oh, man. That was wild. All right, so, hey, it's the fourth quarter. It's the fourth quarter. Get them up. Alabama leads this game by a score of 30-13. And you got to think, once again, even though, Tennessee came out and had that touchdown run, you still got to think that Alabama won the third quarter. So I think Alabama won quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3. And you just have to, put them away here in the fourth quarter. We watched that time of possession. Alabama is now leading time of possession 24-57 to 19-38. Another, key sign of Alabama's recipe to success. Show some stats on the screen real quick. I was looking. Someone said that T.O. Oh, yeah, T.O.'s at the game. Yeah, T.O., I love to see it. And I think Sadarian Morgan was there tonight, right, too? The wide receiver commit. We'll look at some scores real quick, and then I'll show some game stats. This is the game currently we're watching. I think Missouri is a good football team, and I think they're on the right track. But Auburn has played everybody close in SEC play, so I'm not surprised to see it. Game out in Utah, BYU still up on Utah. Earlier games for today, in case you missed it, A&M is now 7-0 in conference play. Notre Dame and USC, I'm sure you have that game on your 4-box window. Pretty good game. I think both of those teams are just kind of mid, but it's a rivalry game, whatever. And then Texas. Man, Texas just this is this game. Are you surprised to see this? Like, I get it. We talk a bunch of smack about Texas, right? Like, we do. But like, are you surprised? I like even this game, I'm surprised. Like, what's going on? Look at this. There's a minute left. Texas has the ball. And it looks like Texas over here, this tells us they're about to score, maybe kick a field goal or something like that. So it looks like they're probably going to survive. But are you surprised to see that? I am, to be honest. Pretty weird. Looking at the stats of this game, we're still on this long. These commercials are getting longer and longer, right? Ty Simpson, 18-26, 250, 2 touchdowns. The Theismann campaign continues. As you can see, Jeremy Bernard being highly utilized. 3 for 40. Rushing, 3 for 40. This is the craziest thing. And I don't want to start nitpicking, but if you do nitpick, you're like, damn. It just seems odd. Look, fam, eyes up, okay? Doesn't this seem out of the ordinary? Like that you're too. Let me ask you this. I don't even know if this has ever happened. What I'm about to ask you. Kyle, the commercials win the time of possession. 100%, bro. The commercials, the time of possession is insane. But let me ask you this. I don't know. You'd have to ask a statistician what I'm about to ask you. Has there ever been a game in the history of Alabama football? The history, okay? Not even the last 10 years. The history that 2 wide receivers have led Alabama in rushing. I'm not kidding, because what if this holds out? 3 for 40 and 1 for 16. Wouldn't that be such a weird stat? All right. Tennessee back to passes, 3rd and 4. Aguilar throws a pass to Miles Ketzelman. Oh, man. That's got to hurt Ketzelman. That's why you're not playing here, dog. Hate to see it, but, that's what happened, dude. Oh, my goodness. How did you drop that? That's the difference between playing at Tennessee and Bama. Oh, he hates that one. Oh, man. Ugh. Tennessee's going to have to punt. That was a huge drop. They're going for it. Ketzelman back to pass. He's completed it. And they get the first down. Okay, not bad. I think, what was my score prediction? 35-21? It's still in reach. No pass rush. And it's completed to 17. Kimberly says, come on, defense. I'm just surprised. Someone said disappointed with Jam. I'm just surprised the guy even was able to play. The dude got knocked out, huh? No pass rush. Wow, look at this. That looked like a hold. Here comes Aguilar. He's sliding down. Dude, Greg, me and Greg saw the same thing. Did you see that holding call? That was nasty. Are they showing this? Look at that. Oh, my God. Come on. 2nd and 9. Little handoff, another chunk yardage play. Oh my God. Get this dude. Bishop now has 111 yards off 11 carries. What's up, Michael Fields? Man, that was holding for sure. I guess there's a injury. Just trying to get out of here, man. What's up, Michael? Just trying to get out of here with another win over an SEC team, man. A ranked team. I mean, all these games are battles. You know, I think Tennessee has done a lot of, and I get it. The game is not over by any stretch of the imagination, but I think Tennessee has had, if Tennessee doesn't do a couple stupid things, they're in this game or maybe even leading this game. I think, you know, Tennessee is a good football team. This would be a great win if you're able to close the door, but you take away some of the stupid things that Tennessee's done. They've shot themselves in the foot, and that's the truth. Alabama's been opportunistic, whatever. But, you know, Tennessee, that's the difference between good and bad teams. They don't make stupid things, right? Stupid plays. All right, Tennessee's going to hand off. It's going to be a gain of 6. It's going to be a 2nd and 4. Yeah, from that did seem like a fake injury. That's like and that was one of the things that they kind of addressed in the offseason, right? They were gonna kind of utilizing those as like as timeouts. Oh, that was almost picked by Red Morgan. 3rd and 4 for Tennessee. Yeah, S Ford, I agree, bro. Inside the comment box. You know, Blanche, that's kind of been a thing, man. But it's been a defense that they've allowed some big chunk yardage plays, but they continue just to come up with plays. It's the wildest thing, man. It's like this defense is like kind of the quintessential of bend but don't break. And I think a lot before halftime is like what I was talking about, right? Bend but don't break. They'll pass the outside. Did he get that first down? It looked like he might be short. Is he short? It's going to be 4th and 1. It looks like they're going to review the play, right? Coming up after this, fam, we'll do our post-game reaction. We'll put that stream link in, right? E-Branch is like the eventual kind of bend but don't break, come back to bite you. Yeah, for sure, because good teams are going to capitalize, right? You're not always going to be opportunistic, but I think I say that E-Branch is because you kind of look to some of the spots the defense has been in. And, man, they've come up with plays. It's just like, you look back to Georgia. They came out with the play. Deontay Lawson and LT come up with the big stop. Against Vanderbilt, you need a big stop. They come up with the interception. Tennessee trying to close the gap in this game, right? They come up with the big play. So, and man, Tennessee was right there. And in each of those times, Alabama has been able to come up with the big play, man. It's like, and they have. And I guess the main play that they, kind of the game where they came up with a stop was against Missouri, but it was special teams, right? By Dre Washington. Those are kind of like 4 kind of pillar plays. Because if Tennessee, think about this, fam. Tennessee's given the first down, by the way. Team reporters said it that they got the first down. So when we come out of the TV break, it'll be a first down, Tennessee. But think about this. If Tennessee scores right before halftime, it would be, 16-14? And then let's just say Alabama comes out, they go 3 and out, and Tennessee, scores on that long touchdown, right? Then it's, 21-16. So Alabama would probably still be up by a little bit right now, but Tennessee would be in that game. That's just how big that play was. And the play after that is under, man, I'm telling you from, man. Maybe they come up with a big stop here. Yeah, we'll go over it. So in the post-game reaction, we'll do our overall assessment. We'll give out some game balls. I think clearly, the play in the first half play of Yanzi Pierre was incredible. Ryan Williams has certainly found himself, balling out tonight. They utilized him well. Jerry Bernard has been doing his thing. We'll kind of, I'll ask you some questions about the offensive line. And I guess we have to check on 77, right? 77 injured again. And if you don't know who that is, 77 is Jaden Roberts. And unfortunately, that's been an offensive lineman that has battled just so many injuries. Unfortunately, I hate it for him. I think last year he battled a hand, and then he came in, and I think he got a concussion, and then he had something else. But it looked like this time he was kind of limping. So, man, it's a grown man's game. This dude's in the trenches. Damn, he caught that. Nice catch. That's the first down. Yeah, I told you. Yeah, that's the other thing. Carrie's like, I guess someone else mentioned it, that this is a team that came and scored nearly 50 points a game. All right, 1st and 10. Little handoff, a big chunk yardage play. The guy nearly got into the end zone. A gain at 8. Yeah, I know. Yeah, shoot. And that guy's trying to get in. Man, Bray Hubbard almost ripped the ball out. I mean, but even if they score, they're probably going to score right here. You're going to have to go for the 2-point conversion, right? That was a long drive too. 13 plays, 75 yards, 434. They'll obviously go for 2 right here. So now you look at the kick and the field goal to make it a 10-point game. So it's 30-20 after the PAT, and we have 11 minutes to play. Yeah, that was a long drive. So that current drive was 13 plays, 75 yards, 4 minutes and 34 seconds. Aguilar was 4 of 6 for 32. Rushing 7 for 43, yikes, and 5 touchdowns. They pretty much did whatever they wanted on that drive. And Tennessee now trailing by just 10. So, and again, like I said, you take away the pick 6, right? That was 7 points. Now it's, 20-23, and you take away the safety. They could have went for 2 theoretically and tied the game. So those 2 bad plays by Tennessee, I bet they're killing themselves over it. Hey, Michael Fields points out, where's Tim Keenan? Was he not there on that last drive or on that last play? I didn't see. I wouldn't be mad right now if you come out and this might be a really good time to come out and give Daniel Hill some opportunities. My game plan, if I was the offensive coordinator right here, I come out and I allow Ty to give me some breathing room, maybe hit Josh Cuevas or, Lottie Brooks, something like that, something safe. Texas and Kentucky in overtime. Oh my goodness, man. That is crazy. So I wonder what happened, because Texas, it looked like they were going to score. Anyways, I think I would probably do something safe and then maybe try to get Daniel Hill involved a little bit. It seems like he's running good, powerful. Kill that clock, right? Take it out. I mean, you got total control of the game. My score prediction, I'm feeling really good about my score prediction. I think these are, like, the magic number for Alabama in all these games might be 35 points. Man, Yanzi's good, bro. I'm happy for Yanzi. It just seemed like he's a kind of a player. It took a long time to get. It kind of felt like the same way with Yanzi, like the same way with like Keon Keeley. You agree with that? 42 and 31. You're like waiting for these guys to really get onto the field. It would be like in 2 more seasons we finally see like Jalen Mbakwe balling out. That's kind of how I feel right now about somebody like Yanzi getting his opportunities. What's up, Shane Paul? Shane Paul says this. It's crazy how bad Texas has played with all the players that they have. Yeah, this is the weirdest thing, bro. I don't know if it goes back to like if it's all like on Arch. I mean, clearly I'm not watching the game. But it's like, what is going on over there? Really strange. I've watched them a couple times and they've never really like overly impressed me. Wow, so team reporters have just reported that, this is Mike Rodak, he's saying that Yanzi Pierre officially credited with kind of an extra half of a sack. So he has 3 quarterback sacks on the night. Crazy. So he has three total so far. Damn. That's pretty good for a guy who was kind of 3rd on the depth chart at the position, right? Because you had Quay Rusaw, Ja Latham, right? All right, here we go. So Tennessee kicks, and Bama will start with another offensive possession. That was crazy, man, with Zabian Brown. What a play. They're kind of recapping right here. There's some big plays. I knew there'd be some big plays. Like, I was kind of hoping for a big one from a wide receiver. But we needed a pick 6, and he finally got one. That was correct me. I think that was the first defensive touchdown, right, of the season. All right, here we go. Ty Simpson working the field. 11 minutes left. Bama up by 10. Complete control of this game. Complete control. Little handoff to man. When we go to have you noticed this? The first run to Riley goes nowhere. Riley is not a first down type back. It goes nowhere. Kevin Riley tonight has 3 rushes for -2 yards. We love Kevin Riley, but he's not that is this. There you go. You put in Daniel Hill. I wouldn't get too conservative right here. I mean, you got 10 points up. You can throw the ball a little bit here. There you go. Hey, nice pickup, Daniel Hill. Oh, my goodness. Daniel Hill just ate that dude. Did anybody see – look, I get it. That was an incomplete pass. It's going to be 3rd and 10. Did anybody see Daniel Hill on that pass protection? Oh, my goodness. Daniel Hill picked up this dude, bam, and took him back like 5 yards. Did anyone else see 4 on that? That was crazy. All right, 3rd down. That was a hell of a block. God bless. All right, 3rd down and 10. Now you got to do something kind of fancy here, unfortunately, on 3rd down. Don't do anything, make a bad decision. Ty goes deep, and Ryan Williams is held. Yes, he's held. 100%. And these are the type of penalties that, come back and bite Tennessee. They've had several of these, right? I mean, that was a blatant holding call, as pass interference. The guy was holding Ryan Williams. And that's the game. Oh, my goodness. Jeez, bro. Yeah, you can't do that. Come on. Yep, Tennessee is completely that's why Tennessee is Tennessee, right? I think they have some components to be good, but they've just, that was, oh my goodness, that was terrible. Yeah, right. If that was a spot foul, you'd be cooking. All right, first down. Looks like, is that Daniel Hill? Little pitch out. Okay. Yes. Yes. There you go. Okay, can I ask you a question inside the comment box? Has Ford looked like the best running back? Has Ford looked like the best running back? That's more of that. We like that. Daniel Hill, 2 carries, 15 yards. He's a big. Can you imagine having to deal with Daniel Hill like 20 times? Ugh. Oh, it'd be so painful. He like 250 pounds. Ty Simpson goes deep. Oh, my goodness. That's another flag. You can't do that. Another pass interference. They're just going to pass interference themselves all the way into the end zone. They can't keep up. Imagine having to guard. Oh, my goodness. Jeez. Low down. And that was dirty. Look at this. Come on. Dude, you know what? Lazier Brooks almost caught that, too. It's nasty. All right, just move the ball, I guess, with some pass interference calls. You've already had 2. All right, little pass out to Jerry Bernard. Okay. 2nd and 7. All right, coming up after the game, all right, if Bama can hang on to this, we'll smoke a cigar and we'll do our post-game reaction, all right? You got to hang on, though, before we smoke them, though. Dang, Daniel Hill. Welcome on, Daniel Hill. We see you, Hill. Woo. Yes. Okay, Daniel Hill, 3 carries, 28 yards. Man, look at this dude. Bam, bing, bam, boom. Just keep doing that. That's the guy. Bama fans already smoking a cigar? Is that legal? Man, that's a big dude. I like this call, too, to Jerry Bernard. Not mad at it. Little 8-yard carry. Moving the ball. Punch this one in. This is dominating. This running back, man, whoa. He looks like the best running back that they've had all season, right? Go, no, don't do that. Go forward every time, dog. Second and oh, it's 3rd and 2. Okay. Oh man. All right, let's see this. Ty Simpson, back to pass. Oh, ooh, that was dangerous. Okay, so you got 4th and 2. I'd imagine you get Talty out, right? Kick a field goal. Dang, man, Ty is a lucky quarterback, bro. People can't catch. Like, there's been a couple times where he's thrown it. That was weird. Tennessee probably feels they should have had like 2 interceptions. 4th and 2. Ooh, I like this. Go for it. Yeah. Let's do it. Ty Simpson. He's going to run. And he gets pushed out. Late hit. Flag. That's it. Yeah, there's got to be a flag, right? How many penalties have Tennessee had in this half? And you know what? Don't let your Tennessee fans, like when you start fighting with your Tennessee fans, when you go to like your Facebook channels and all that stuff, just point out, and this particular drive, low down dirty. Like they've had, 2 blatant pass interference calls. Look at this. Look at Ty. Come on, man. He just got pushed into the poor cheerleaders. Jeez. Wow. All right, Bama lining up 1st and goal. Gotta hand it off. You gotta hand it off to Daniel Hill here. All right, I love this pitch out to Daniel Hill. Gets to the outside, boom, and he's in. Let's go. Let the big man eat. 10 plays, 75 yards, 5 minutes, 2 seconds, 36-20 pending the PAT. Bama with a big touchdown. Man, dominating. Yo, Daniel Hill now, 5 carries, 31 yards, and a touchdown. I think, when we're giving out game balls, I want to, kind of preview the show a little bit on the post game that we'll do next. But I think I got 42. I think I got 2, and I think I got 4. Okay. Yeah. I probably throw in 5 too. I think we throw in 5. Is there anybody else on defense that I need a game ball to? So far I got 42, 2 on offense, 4 on offense. I got 5 on offense. Anybody have another defensive MVP that you want to throw on the board? Yo, D Hill, let's put a 4 inside the comment box. Put a 4 up inside the comment box, man. Yo, he's been doing amazing things. So Tweet Johns had it 37-20. Nice score prediction, bro. Yeah, you could probably hit some if you wanted to light them up a little bit early. You could probably do it, right? 37-20. Damn, rolling. What I have? I had it 35-21, right? I think I had it 35-24 or 35-21. It was somewhere around there. So I feel good about the score. Like I said, I think that's kind of, it's going to be Bama's magic number. They have one time of possession again, 29-59, 24. It's been a little bit close. But I have to tell you, this Daniel Hill thing is a major storyline. This guy looks really, really good. And it's been interesting. I love kind of like the toss sweep to him. Because you get him moving, right? You get Daniel Hill moving, and he's tough to bring down. And we got Joe Jones and with the Superman. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the super chat. Celebrating the big victory. Dirtbike predicted 37-20, man. Nice. Yeah. Right on, bro. Ty balling out. But he needs to reel it in when scrambling. Samuel points out 3-headed monster. I think in this particular game, the hot running back was Daniel Hill. And when you have kind of a room of these guys, you got to figure out, you know, you got to keep feeding the running back that's hot. This is interesting. Neil is saying that, wow, Derek of Full reminds you of Derrick Henry. Man, well, let's think about this. I mean, that's one hell of a comparison. It might be a little bit, you know, we got to see him a lot more. But in terms of like the style of back and the big back, yeah, he's one of the bigger Alabama running backs that they had. And you know what? Coach Grubb said this. He was like, Daniel Hill's faster. And he does look fast tonight, right? So, yeah, I think, look, we're excited about Daniel Hill, but, man, Derrick Henry is like, you know, that's kind of like you can't compare like Saban and like Derrick Henry, or those guys are like. But I do like Daniel Hill tonight. Tonight for sure. We'll hype him up. He'll get a game ball. Really, really good player. All right, so we'll try to close it out. Remember, we'll post the stream inside the comment box of our post-game reaction. As you can see, you know, cigars are being lit up at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Jermaine King is lighting up his cigar. Yeah, man, that's awesome, man. Enjoy yourself. This is a really big victory, man. I think like. Let's see this game over here. Kentucky. Oh, they got stuffed. Here's Texas. Goes for a field goal. And they hit it. And that's a final overtime. Wow. So Texas is able to beat Kentucky in overtime. Jermaine, thank you so much for the super, bro. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Survived. He survived, right? Little pass to, who was that? 7, and it's going to be a first down for Tennessee. But I think, you know, you wrap this one up, and I think what stands out most to me, and I'll talk about, you know, this more in the post game, is I think when we step out and really understand that Alabama will have beaten 4 consecutive ranked teams from the SEC. That's so noteworthy, and I know, you know, it's gonna that stat might sound better coming out of like ESPN or somebody with a much bigger platform, but it is what it is, man. I think that is tremendous, and I think, you know, hats off to the staff, to the players to be able to do that, because there's not a lot of teams in college football that could keep that up on a week-to-week basis. There's just not. There's a lot of different elements. You go through injuries. You know, things don't go your way. Season's not done or anything like that, but I think in terms of like consistency and performance, that's amazing. You have Tennessee in kind of lightning mode right now. Big first down for the Volunteers, a gain of 20. Joey Aguilar right now, 207 yards passing. He's the first quarterback in 4 games to pass for over 200 yards against Bama's defense. Another pass, and it's caught, and that's going to be a gain of 19. Tennessee has all 3 timeouts, including this 2-minute warning, so you get a, you know, touchdown here, right? It's going to be incomplete. Even if Tennessee scores right here, it's still up by 10. 5 minutes remain in this game. And then Alabama, you know, you start to kind of look to, you know, who else you got. I mean, it's still a tough schedule. you're still kind of finishing out the grind of the SEC. 4 minutes to go. Aguilar back to pass. Has a lot of time, and he's going to throw it, and that's going to be a flag. I figured that would be a flag. It's going to be pass interference on Zay Mincy. Kind of looking at Alabama's schedule just down the road, and we'll talk more about this in the post game, but you got South Carolina next weekend. And that will be really Alabama's first trap game of the season, right? A team that hasn't won, recently, team that still has a dangerous quarterback. You have open week, and then you got LSU, Oklahoma. Jeez, man. And then Auburn. So, it's still a gauntlet. Tim points out zone plus penalties, Tennessee score. Yeah, I guess that was on Zay Mincy, right? What was that? Tipped pass, and Damani comes up with a big stop right there. Second and 14. Aguilar back to pass, throws it into the end zone, and it is incomplete. Knocked away by Keon Sabb and Bray Hubbard. It's going to be a 3rd and 14. Ooh. Man. Can't really see. I mean, that looked kind of late on TV, but it looked bang, bang. Yeah, Tim says, shout out to UAB. Yeah, that's a big win over Memphis. Helped a lot of teams out for sure. Alex Mortensen getting the W. Great coach. Used to coach here under Steve Sarkisian with the quarterbacks. Amazing coach for sure. All right, 3rd and 14. Quick little pass to the outside. You're going to have to go for it. It's going to be a 4th down and what? 11? 4th and 11? Come up with another big play. I want them to come up with a big stop right here because this is my score prediction. All right, coming up after the game, too, I got my post-game reaction. It'll be on a different stream, so I'll post a link inside the comment box. You just jump over there. We'll close out the game over there. I appreciate you just going to that spot. They took a timeout right here. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's plenty of YouTube creators out there for sure. In fact, I've already kind of been open with you guys. I think this might, this could probably be maybe the last year that I do this. I think there's been so many people to get into that space that it's just, it is what it is. I think there's so many people that are really, really good, and me kind of been, I think independent. It's just kind of, it might be time for a change. So I've told you guys many different times, I'm gonna give you guys like the best that I got this whole year. And yeah, but there's other great content creators. So those guys do an amazing job, way more talented than me. You look at like the Josh Pates and the film guy, those guys are the next superstars, So no, I totally get it. Yeah, for sure. But, we're going to ride the season out. We're going to, do our best job here and just kind of enjoy the ride for sure. 100%. All right, 4th and 11. But, I mean, everybody has a YouTube channel now. I mean, I think I counted up. I think there's 37 Alabama YouTube channels, right? And, I mean, every single day it's more and more. So, it's just, that's just the way of the world. 37-20. We got 3 minutes here. Close it out. Yeah, those are post-game show. So click on over to that link. I appreciate you. Oh, I've tried to work with Bama a million different times. It's just that's going to be something that never works. Look at this stadium. You can't even see. It's so smoky over there. My daughter's over there. Lacey went. Clemson lost again? Oh, my God. That's crazy. Look at that smoke. Shoot. All right, here you go. 4th and 11. How nice would it be? Oh, my goodness. Come on. No good. All right, so just close this out. Put in the backup quarterback, and let's just get out of here. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't understand, because I think they can smoke inside the stadium just for this game, and probably Alabama pays the fine. So remember, next time you hear that Alabama football's broke, they're not broke. They have billions and billions and billions of dollars. Like, I think they're right up there with Texas A&M, honestly. You should see. Come over here to Tuscaloosa. Tell me the university doesn't have money. Have you guys seen the new secret golf course? I don't think that was $100,000. Oh, all right. End it out with some Daniel Hill. Give it to Daniel. Number 4. There you go. Let's see what D. Hill has. Daniel Hill so far in this game. It's not like 100 yards. It's 6 carries for 34 yards, but it looks good, right? I mean, we've seen it. I mean, it looks good. He's the running back with the hot hand. I love the toss sweep too. $220 feels like an eternity, right? Another little handoff to Daniel Hill. He's not going to go anywhere. They're expecting the run. 3rd down. $217. 217. Another victory, man. Look, there's Ty. There's young Ty. Now that's his pops. Jason points out there's a reason Young isn't playing. Yeah, and that's just the truth. You have to play the better players, and I think what we've learned is that, other running backs have surpassed Richard Young. There was no guarantee that Richard Young was going to be even the number 2 guy, I guess. That I kind of thought we figured he would be. But as you saw, Kevin Riley in the beginning, earlier in the season, he became the clear number 2. And then when Jam came back, he became number 1. Now, what I want to remind you guys, too, is while we're all pulling for Daniel Hill, and he's kind of the running back with the hot hand, Jam Miller, in 3 consecutive games prior to this, was close to 100 yards. He went for 100 yards against Vanderbilt and had 2 good performances. So I think how I'm looking at it, God, they love this rollout with Ty. Nice pickup right there. That's such a dangerous play. But the way I look at it is, if Jam's playing at his highest level, and I don't like when Jam is dancing. When Jam is going north and south, he's tough. And we can't forget about the fact that, he looked good against Georgia. He looked good against Vandy. He looked good against Missouri. He did. That's the truth. But if you really start to have Daniel Hill coming on board and you have Kevin Riley, you have 3 different backs that are dangerous in different ways, right? Daniel Hill's big. He looks pretty fast. Kevin Riley's like shifty. And then you have Jam, who's kind of like all-purpose, who catches the football really well, who's dependable. So I don't want you to leave this game, doubting your running back room and saying, oh, my goodness, Jam isn't the guy anymore. That's not the truth at all. It's the hot hand tonight was Daniel, and Daniel had a breakthrough. Daniel gets a game ball, but you keep going to those different running backs, and you have – I think if anything tonight, we learned that Daniel Hill has finally arrived, which is great news because I've been waiting for this dude to come along for a while. But tonight we clearly saw that he can be the guy. And I think Jam just needs more north and south. He's not a dancer. 2 minutes left. This game's kind of taking a while to kind of like get past. Oh, is this our friends Florida State? What's happening over here? They battling. They're going to go in like triple overtime with Stanford. You think Gus Malzahn will coach again? Like be a head coach? Two minutes to go. 2 minutes. Hey, Jimbo, right? You see what I'm saying? I mean, once you get all those running backs, that's a large variety of different running backs who are dangerous. They're all healthy, thank goodness. They've all kind of had opportunities to play, so now they got more experience. They can catch the football well. It's dangerous. Now, they haven't been able to kind of like take over in terms of running, but that's never really been their style this year. It's just kind of been about time of possession and mixed with Ty's accuracy. I thought Ty's played fine tonight. 19 to 29, 253, 2 touchdowns. And once again, he outplayed Joey Aguilar. Jay Williamson calling for punting tryouts. John says it's an ugly win. I think that there was certainly some things that, make you scratch your head or you might have been upset about. But, yeah, we'll discuss it in postgame. Because I think there was also a lot of positives, too. Ooh, yeah, I like this. Looks good. It's our post-game graphic. Solid. 100%. Yeah, we'll be seeing this. We'll be talking about these gentlemen in the post-game. Love to see it. So I'll probably get to this next slide and then close it out, and I'll jump in the next one. And the reason why we do this is we start up a new stream for the people that are like closing out the game. It'll kind of relaunch us in YouTube. So, my cigar's right here. I probably can't smoke it because now that the channel has like gotten so big, you got to be real careful with what you do like on YouTube. So I have my cigar. I will smoke it later on. But you had to be there. I'm telling you, like YouTube watches, I don't know how, but I can't like definitely afford to have anything happen to my YouTube channel. YouTube channels go down. You saw what happened to Matt Be Great. I think Aaron Murray, something happened to his YouTube channel as well. I think the next round ran into some problems. So I just be like super careful with mine. I can't, just because I'm independent. So like I'm just a month to month, very small like operator. So I can't afford to break any rules. Even though a cigar sounds really nice. But I'll smoke it after the game, after my post game. If you all follow me like on Instagram or whatever, I'll post a picture. But they get like, and I get it. It's kind of because it deals with like tobacco and all that stuff. So just being transparent. But I do, like, you find me out on the golf course, yeah, I love it. 100%, man. Yeah, and that's just kind of the world that I, choose to live in. So it's all good. Daryl, I see that comment, dog. All right, Joey Aguilar back to pass. He connects with 7. Look how much cigar smoke is out on the field. That's crazy. And I know, because that's kind of something we talk about too, is we're like, man, this quarterback was the quarterback that we had. That if I wanted to start like a war, that's what we talk about. Be like, why didn't Ty Simpson start last year? I ain't even like to go there because it's hypothetical, and then you get caught in the weeds, and then it is too crazy. We'll talk about that in the off season when we're like, scratching for topics. Deontay Lawson tries to get to him. It's going to be another first down by Tennessee. Man, this game's taking forever to end, huh? This game's done. And I think, like, the argument is, like, was Ty really, like, this good last year? There's no way to know. Barely even played. But I think if you're like, because Ty right now, I would imagine that after this game, he will be the front runner clearly for the Rat Poison Award. And there's still a lot of, football to play. You saw what happened to Carson Beck. Carson Beck throws 5 interceptions. He's off the map. I mean, Ty goes down to South Carolina, Columbia, eats the Rat Poison, and he's done. So it's not over till it's over. For any of these awards and all that outside noise, you just got to take one opponent at a time. But what he's doing right now is what we wanted as fans to see the quarterback operate at this high of a level, because I think we can all agree Ty Simpson is dangerous. And we have confidence in him on third down. We have confidence in, that's got to be a penalty, Damani Jackson. Damani, you tackled him, dog. I will, dude, Mendoza is really good too, man. That was the one guy that I noticed. Like, Indiana, they're kind of growing on me. But Fernando Mendoza, I watched him a couple times, even before they were ranked in the top 5. He's good. They're really good. Oh, Damani, bro. You guys didn't like that call, Damani? Big wrap up right there by 41. That's Nakai Hill-Green. I think he's been okay. Nakai Hill-Green this year, I think he's been pretty good. He's probably about as good as I thought he'd be this year. A veteran coming in, right? Oh, my goodness. Is that another pass interference call on Damani? Oh, my goodness, man. Shoot. All right. As soon as we get past this play, I'm gonna close out this stream, and you guys go get on the other stream for our post game reaction. But let's finish this out right here. Let's see how this ends. This is weird. All right, little handoff by. Did he even get in? What was the final line? It was What's up, Bryden? How you doing, man? Curry, good to see you, dog. Get in the end zone. Get in the end zone. Try it. You can't. It's the wall. You can't. Try it. Tennessee. Oh, my God. This is hilarious. This is like the most frustrating ending, but the most hilarious. Look at the Tennessee fans. What's up, OC? Good to see you, dog. Join us on the post game. We'll post a link inside the description box. And can we post it like 5 times so you guys can go over there? And if you can't find it, just refresh the YouTube channel and you'll see it live again. It has a different thumbnail on it. Come on, will this game end? Just take a knee, Tennessee. Oh, man. Rocky Flop. They should play that song. Aguilar. Out of bounds. All right, fam. Catch me on the next stream for the post-game show. See you guys in like 2 seconds over there, all right? Meet me over at the post-game. See you guys. The after party starts right now.